we are having a marathon today. And so I'm going to try not to get in no big hurry. So let me see. I kind of got me an outline ready. Everybody, come on in. Come on in. We got a lot of people here already. It's exciting. So the big goal for today was 10,000 subscribers. That was my goal for this marathon. So let me look and see what we're at today. We are at 8,615. That's what we're starting with this morning. And hopefully by 8 o'clock this evening, we will have hit 10,000. But if not, no big deal. We'll get there eventually. Let's see. Everybody come on in. Justice Seeker. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jay Whitehead. A diamond in the sticks. Hello, hello. We have a surprise. We have a guest that's going to come on, Miss Toby. I've sent her the link, so she'll be on here shortly. So we are going to look at a few cases today, the developments, the new, very shocking developments in, I know with the Richard Allen case. That is the one that we looked at a month or so ago in Indiana. They had his trial. He was convicted. And once the trial was over, there's been a whole lot of new stuff that's come out. One of the other suspects they have found a letter that he wrote, I think. It might be his cellmate wrote the letter, but he confessed to the crime that Richard Allen was convicted of. So that's going to be very interesting to look at those developments. But we are also going to look at the difference between civics and politics. A lot of people don't know the difference. And so we're going to look at that. And Miss Toby's going to come on with us and help us learn. Because one thing we don't want on our channel is party politics, right? It just causes too many fights. People getting too many fights. Division. So, just stopping in to show my support. Thank you, thank you. Sure appreciate it. Cynthia, this is my new favorite channel. I'm humbled. I'm so humbled at all of the support that we've got. It's crazy. Yes, hit the like button on your way in, please. We're going to take a few questions this morning before we get going. So the hour one is going to be our opening and foundation, and I will try my very best to stick with my outline. I'm not very organized, y'all. Hour two is going to be Richard Allen case, a deep dive. Hour three, we're going to look at Karen Reed retrial and the Turtle Boy fallout. Hour four, we're going to try to stick with Kentucky crime and corruption updates. Hour five, we'll try and look at prison expansion and jailhouse scandals. Hour six, the dementia arrest and other police failures. And hour seven, we will take audience. That's going to be our audience hour and our live Q&A. And then hour 8, we'll do our wrap up and final thoughts. So Miss Toby is in our waiting room. So let's bring her up here. Hi, Miss Toby.
Hey, y'all.
This is our head top mod for our channel. So welcome. Thank you for being here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I live in Texas, and I've been here for 20 years. I love following true crime. I've been a true crime junkie since I was probably 12. First one I ever followed was Ted Bundy. Because I was a kid when he was caught, and my grandma used to tell me, well, look at Ted Bundy. He was smart and good looking. He killed all those women. And so she scared me off of any talking to strangers, let me tell you. So I've been following then since then. I come from a world of politics. And if you know me, you know me, but please don't talk about it in here. It's very party politics. But like you said, we don't want to do that here because it's divisive. Now, do we want to talk about civics, government, all those good things? We sure do. You know, I don't know where my lens is there. Anyway, we want to talk about all this stuff. You know, the civics is the study of science of the privileges and obligations of citizens. That's the definition. So we want to teach you guys how to use civics, you know, your rights, your obligations, like to be a good citizen, follow the law, that kind of thing. And then politics is studying or the activities associated with the governance of government, city, county, state, country. And it's more of academics, legislation, following what they're doing. This is no party. Both sides are government. Once they become elected, we kind of have to stop thinking about them as one or the other, because now they are representing you in whatever fashion, whatever job they're doing. They're still representing you, right? So we don't want to glorify them, because if you do, it's very hard to hold their feet to the fire and hold them accountable and make them responsible and to be objective when looking at their job performance. Have you ever had a boss that there were some people there that no matter what that boss did, it was excused, it was okay. Oh, but they're such a nice person, blah, 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 right? We've all had that boss. But they were incompetent. Or they made a mistake. It's not okay to keep your mouth shut and lose millions of dollars. Well, it's not okay to ignore what our government does just because we voted for somebody.
Yep. And we see that a lot in our elections around here. It's more popularity contest than it is are they actually qualified to do the job that we are electing them to do. It's like the biggest reward is the paycheck.
Yes. I've dealt with hundreds of politicians, elected officials across the board. And boy, they're not going to like me for this if they know me and they're watching. Across the board, they have some level of a narcissism kind of thing in there.
Oh, yeah.
Because you have to. That's not I'm not saying they're narcissists. Whoops. They have some of that tendency. They like the stage. They like the attention. They want it. They crave it, even if they'll never admit it.
Yeah.
If they were shy and didn't like the camera and didn't like the attention, they'd never win an election.
Yeah.
So, we have to remember they're people. They're people. They're not gods. They're not heroes. They're not superheroes. They're not infallible. They're not priests. They're not, or rabbis or whatever. But even then, that doesn't excuse you. So we just have to make sure we're not glorifying them. I'm sorry about my dogs. I have four dash hounds, and they think they want to tell everybody about it. So go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, so the definition of civics, you said, is the study or science of the privileges and obligations of citizens. So that's like us serving on jury duty.
Yes.
That's one of the, I wish I could, I would love to serve on jury duty.
You'd get thrown out before driving, or dare, however they say it up there. You'd be thrown out because you have this podcast to be like, no.
Yeah. I don't think I'll ever get pulled to serve on the jury, but I would sure like to do that. I don't really know how they even pick jurors. Do you?
Oh, yes. So, well, I know how they do it here, and it's pretty much the same with every state. It's similar. They do it here. They do it not through just voters, because your voter registration is how a lot of states will pull their jurors, because then they know you're a citizen. We're assuming everybody that is a citizen,
right?
Because you can't register to vote if you're a felon. You can't, all the different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then other state, and then they'll also pull state ID. So they pull from both. And then other states also pull from, I think, tax records if they know you're a citizen. But that's how they pull it. And here, it's just a computer program that puts all those people in and say they need 200 jurors. It's just like a lotto, and they pull those 200 names. You go down to the courthouse, and they decide whether you're going to be there or not. Now, usually they give you a little form to fill out that says, ask you some questions, because they want to know kind of how you think beforehand. And so, if you believe in jury nullification, you might not want to write that on that form, because they will not put you on the jury. And so they don't want to lie, because that's penalty of perjury.
Mm-hmm.
If they ask you, you got to be honest, right? Nobody wants to go to jail because you lied during jury duty selection. So what'd you do time for? I lied to a prosecutor about jury selection and told him I didn't believe in jury nullification when I was on TV and said it.
Well, that's a good point. What you just said made me think. How many times do you think people do lie to get out of stuff like that?
Daily.
And right.
And times across the country every year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this before, I don't think it's very popular, but there's certain instructions that are given to a jury when they're sitting on a trial. And it's usually very kind of across the board. Don't watch any news. Don't have any communications with anybody about the case. Don't go doing any kind of digging on the case. Don't go looking for anything. Right. Do you think that these people actually do that? Because I don't. How many people do you know are like, you tell me not to do it, and I'm gonna break my neck to do it?
Or you don't go home to your husband, your best friend, or whatever.
Right.
Now,
you're at home in bed, in your own bed with your husband. You're not going to talk to your husband or your wife about what happened at the trial or the courthouse that day. I just don't believe that that's realistic.
Well, I think it depends on the person in the situation and everything, just like everything.
Yeah.
Me personally, my husband and I, we are both kind of rule followers when it comes to that kind of thing. And I wouldn't want him to influence me, because he might not know everything I know. And so,
okay,
I don't think I would talk about it with my husband or my best friend or anything while it was going on, because I'd want to give that person that's on trial a fair shake, because that's what I'd want.
Yes, absolutely.
I would go, I've sat on a couple and I've gone in with open mind. Now I haven't sat in since I got into politics, because I get in there and they're like, oh, hell to the no. Last time I had to get called, the DA called me after I got home and he said, have you been excused from jury duty now? And I said, yeah. And then he gave me a what for about ever mentioned jury nullification in that courthouse again.
I love it. I love it. Jessica says, when we elect them, we expect them to do the best job they can, but we have to expect mistakes. It's up to us to hold them accountable and see that it is corrected.
Yes. And if they won't correct it and they have a little hubris, well, then there's remedies. But we won't talk about that part. All we want to talk about is what the government's actions are, what they should be, and what outcomes happened.
Right.
And if we stick with those facts, instead of saying, well, all those bleepity bleeps are bad people, but these wonderful people over here, these saints, because what color they wear, this isn't a sport, it's not a team. And in politics, I know people think it is, but it's not a team sport.
Yeah.
And here's the other sad truth I'll tell you about that. As much as you admire and respect those politicians, 90% of them have no respect for you. And I hate to say that. It breaks my heart.
It's the truth. The definition you've got here for politics says the activities associated with the governance of a city, county, state, or country. The academic study of government and the state.
Yes.
You are encouraged to engage in civil debate and adult conversations about our various government agencies and entities. We hope listeners learn how our system works or helps educate others in a knowledgeable, professional, responsible, adult manner. Tell them why we're reading this.
Well, there are a lot of places online, social media and here on YouTube, that they don't want you talking about politics at all for any reason or religion. And I understand that because it's divisive. So what we want to do, but we all end up talking about it because politics touches every aspect of our life. You can't even say, well, I went to the grocery store and I saw, some police downtown, blah, blah, blah. Well, next thing somebody's screaming that you're talking about politics. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you about a police presence downtown because there was a wreck, a fire, an injury, whatever, somebody let loose a, 40-foot giant hot dog balloon downtown and said, Frankie's the king of your wiener. And I've had that happen. I've seen that happen. Somebody went and got a big hot dog balloon and wanted up a flagpole because of a principal that was stooping a home ec teacher. So, people get creative, and that's I've seen some stuff. And so, we'd want to tell those stories, right? And then say, well, what caused that?
Right.
Well, we want to talk about what caused that one, but we want to talk about it. And then we want to talk about it in a civil debate so that we aren't alienating everyone around us, so that they don't want to talk about anything else with you. That's so divisive. If you say something about their favorite candidate, you now are, hated. And that's wrong. They're not, that person doesn't know you. Like they don't know you. You do not owe them your loyalty. You do not owe them your
explanation,
devotion. They owe that to you. That is a one-way street, not a two. And unfortunately, we've given them royalty status instead of a servant leader status.
Yeah, they're supposed to be the civil servant. They are
Yes.
the ones, but we see, unfortunately, we see every time the payday is what drives it. Around here in these little backwood towns, just being a magistrate pays 25,000 a year. And what's that? You go to a meeting once a month. Now we do have some magistrates that actually get out with the road crew guys and try to keep track of or keep the roads good and clean and stuff. But I'm just trying to point out the pay that goes along with it, and it just rises as you go up. We saw with when Mickey got arrested, his pay for being a sheriff was $115,000 a year. If you wanted to go up higher with federally elected officials, their pay is outrageous, and maybe not so much what they get as their salary for that position, but you end up finding that they are somehow involved in
The perks.
businesses, with perks, but they oftentimes are involved in businesses that are then profiting off of the laws and stuff that they're passing, which enriches them.
And one of the things I was really proud of myself for is we advocated hard to do the insider trading law where Congress couldn't do that anymore. They got it passed. 4 years later, they undid it. Same people. Same people. I know reps that voted to get rid of that insider trading. That's bad. 4 years later, well, you don't understand.
Yeah. I get it.
I understand and I get it. I'm not stupid. They think you're dumb. They all think you're dumb. And I can't blame them. I can't blame them. And I'll tell you why I say that. And I don't want people to get insulted. I really don't. But that's why we're having this discussion. And that's why I'm so proud of your channel.
Thank you.
We are ignorant. I didn't say dumb. We're ignorant. We do not know how our government works, most of us. Or we think we do, but we're wrong. I know how wrong I was. And I had a good education. I had a good education.
Me too.
It's not how Schoolhouse Rock tells you. And so I love that you're educating people about how this works.
Theory and practice are two different things.
That's right. So there are so many levels, and they don't see anything wrong with it because they get up there and they're surrounded in it, and
they fall in line. They end up falling in line.
You know how long it takes before a politician is either corrupted or coerced or has a side?
How long?
Let's just do in the chat. I can't see it, but you might be able to.
Okay.
Let's do a little poll. One of the mods said, let's do a poll. And I'm not sure if you know how to do the poll in there yet. I don't know. I forgot to look it up last night. But let's just do one of those, put a 1 or a 2, right?
Okay, yeah, let's do it that way. So put a 1 in the chat.
If you think it takes a politician to be sworn in and in office before they're co-opted by a faction, and I mean a party, an association, whatever it is, like they're the person who kind of pulls their strings. How long does that take? Is it before they're elected? Is it after they're elected? Is it before the election? Is it between the election and the swearing in? So I give you 3 choices. 1, if you think it's before the election. 2, if it's between the election and swearing in. And 3, after they're in office.
Or you guys can just type it out.
Yeah. Or if you just want to tell us, when do you think they're corrupt? Or were they corrupt when they signed up to run?
Well, I've always heard if they're not corrupt when they go in, they sure are by the time they come out. And it's sad. It's very sad, but if you think about it, so if you get elected, you are the new fish in town. You know, you don't know how it works. You're not familiar with anything. You don't know the rules. You don't know the unspoken rules. And if you come in, which I've always been pretty idealistic, you know, come in all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed thinking you're going to change the world and just get your face stomped. You know, so if you go in,
you know my story.
yeah, I've been humbled real good over time. So if they go in, you know, thinking that they're going to make a difference, and which is what we want them to do. You know, we want people to want to make change and bring change. But then once you get in there, you realize my voice don't mean nothing. I can't do nothing by myself. And there's
No,
too
and
many,
that's
and there's
very
too
true.
many in here that are already,
Yep.
you know, the writing
One
is
of
already on.
if you're one of 435, how do you make them all change?
Right. They've
If
and
you're
the
one
path
of
has done
100,
been set. That
Yep.
path has done been set hundreds of years ago. Pretty much.
So right, and I'm not saying they're bad people. Don't
No.
get me wrong here.
No.
Actions are not always indicative of character, because we all know that really nice, good people on occasion make a mistake. We all do.
They make bad decisions.
We all do.
Yeah.
And they make decisions with information that may not all be there or accurate or you know, complete, because staffers and others are giving them the information. And you have to remember, okay, so maybe they're an eye doctor when they go in Kentucky, Rand Paul, okay, because he's not in there anymore, right? So what if he was an eye doctor and he goes to Congress and now they want him to legislate planes, aircraft. He don't know shit. Oh, sorry. They don't know crap about those planes. So what does he do? He talks to friends that are pilots. He talks to some airline executives. He talks to experts in aerodynamics over at Bell Helicopter Boeing. But is he talking to the passenger? Is he talking to you that don't have any leg room because the freaking airline wants to stack us like cordwood in there? No, he's not. He's not talking to me and you. He's listening to the airline exec. Well, we're losing money and we need more seats and burr. And if you do this, we'll add another flight to DC for you. You know, this is how this crap works. So, or it's who's donating or who they want to go speak somewhere. Well, in order to go speak there, they have to do XYZ, and it's all scratch yours if you'll scratch mine, you know. And in some cases, it's a lot more than scratching.
Look, Ivy Speed says, if actions are not indicative of character, then my God, what is?
In politics, and I'm not talking about the world. I'm talking about politics. Actions are not indicative of character. I know really good people who do really good things in politics, but they're surrounded by scoundrels. So it's like your company you keep kind of thing. So even though they're friends, doesn't really mean they're horrible people. They're just caught up in something, and we all get caught up.
Well, you know what this reminds me of? Everything that it is being said right now is just funneling my brain to Mickey Steins.
Mm-hmm.
When he became sheriff, which he was already in there. He was already a bailiff for that courtroom for over 10 years. So his presence was already there. He was already in that circle. But everything you was just saying right then, I could see with Mickey.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he comes in And now this is just a scenario because we don't know, but
Right.
he comes into an already brothel-like process. I mean,
When I first listened to your story, I was like, when I first heard about this shooting, because coming from a world of politics, of course, this caught my eye, and I was like, what the what? So I tuned in, and you're one of the first ones I found, and I followed you and stayed quiet for a while. And I just was like, I knew something was going on, but Letcher County, y'all. And I kept saying, oh, there's corruption everywhere. Oh, there's this. And I told you that, remember? You proved me wrong. There is corruption everywhere, but let me tell you, your corner of the world has an awful lot of it.
Has just a little bit more than the average bear, doesn't it?
Yes. And now, after listening to all of this, here's my other I've been humbled. We've been calling it a good old boys club.
Yeah.
Those women knew, those wives knew, those ladies at the courthouse knew, they all freaking knew. And you talk about character. Now you tell me your husband is getting a BJ down there at the courthouse in the judge's chambers. And it's like, oh yeah, but girl, you're part of the problem. You're a bigger part of the problem, because I hate to say this, but we all know what some men think with. We don't have those apparatuses, so we don't have that excuse. Chicky poo.
That's
why
true.
are you allowing your husband to victimize people? Why? Ben got away with horrible things. Got away with it. His wife knew. The other jailers knew. All the women in town knew. So this is not a good old boy. Sadly.
That's
and
true.
Those boys couldn't get elected with those girls, because you know how men win elections. When women work, we win. The 5 W's. That is a very big campaign saying. When campaigns look for workers, they're finding women because they will get the job done, whereas it's harder with men. Is. I don't know why.
Most of the time,
but here we are talking about campaigns, but see how you end up?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that sorry, it just went right out of my mind. This is part of what she wrote. She said, what you should avoid is the divisive conversations that lead to arguments over candidates, politicians, parties, and ideology. Everyone has a right to their opinions. We all have our individual beliefs and preferences. Please do not share those opinions. Those are inappropriate discussions for this venue. Please understand we respect your right to have those opinions. However, it's counterproductive to argue over a politician or parties. If you find yourself tempted to cheer for a politician or feel you need to defend them or criticize people who voted for them, it's best to walk away. If someone is picking a fight or ignoring the suggestion, please alert a mod and they'll handle it. Do not engage in the discussion, just walk away. If someone is bullying you, being disrespectful, or is arguing with others, report it to a mod. Do not confront them. Do not engage. It's easier to keep the peace than stop a fight. We appreciate your cooperation and your understanding. Somehow I've got you muted. Unmute yourself.
I did it. My dog was barking. Sorry. We're all adults. And, we don't, you and I have discussed this. Some of the mods and I have discussed this, and some of the people in Discord.
Oh.
We don't want to treat people like children and tell you can't talk about that, and you can't talk about this, and you can't da-da-da-da-da-da.
Right.
We want you to have these discussions because we can't fix anything if we're not talking about it, y'all.
That's right. That's right. We have to, I've said this before, we're supposed to be able to change our minds as we learn new information. I've changed my mind back and forth, back and forth, back and forth 100 times on this Mickey and Kevin Mullins thing. And I remembered what I was going to say. When women work, we win, the 5 W's. Well, something that I've always noticed is that man may be the head, but I guarantee you he's got a woman who is the neck, who turns the head. There's a woman behind him being that neck. And I see it all the time. My pastor, my late pastor, he passed away a couple years ago, but him and his wife were a perfect example. You know, he ran, he was the head, but by golly, he didn't do nothing without her. She was the engine that drove that train. And that's,
go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say that I think that's part of a lot of successful men who are successful and who have a very balanced and good life, you know, seem to be a moral person and just has the tail by, or the lion by the tail. He's got him a good wife. You know, they become, because that's what you want in a marriage or partnership. You want the partnership. You know, you want two people that lift each other up and, you know, are productive. But if you end up with the wrong one, it tears you down, drags you down.
And the women in politics are just as bad as the men. I know elected officials that are women, just as bad as the men, or just as good as the men. This really isn't about gender so much. But, and when I say the 5 W's, I say that because yes, there is a difference between men and women. And women just tend to do really well in campaigns. They just do. I don't know what it is. I guess maybe it's our maternal nature, you know, which probably more people know me as Mama Duck. My son started calling me that when he had a snow day, and him and his friends quacked at me all freaking day, 14-year-old boys, 5 of them quacking at me for 12 hours. The next day I said, if you quack at me one more time, well, then they start calling me Mama Duck. Here we are 30 some years later, 20 some years later. I'm not 30. Oh my God. And here we are. No,
here we
20.
are.
Say, how old is he? "24 years since he did that." That almost breaks my heart. And he just had a brand new baby boy. So
time goes by fast. Time goes by very fast.
I even have myself in duck outfits. So when people go, well, you know, what's your name? Well, really, honestly, a lot more people know me as Mama Duck. They also know me by a couple other names, but we won't repeat them.
It happens.
Oh, those politicians didn't like me much. Neither side. And I've voted for both sides. I've helped both sides in campaigns and, you know, everything. And I'm not saying that they're not bad. Both sides have good people. Both sides have bad people. But at the end of the day, they aren't our friends.
No, they're not.
Nope.
I notice a lot around our election time. Everybody comes out at election time, everybody. And they're always coming to the, like your little towns festivals, and they're coming to any of the events. And they start about 2 months before the election, and they're everybody's best friend. And if you ever need anything, you holler at me. Well, if you ever need anything, I actually spoke to somebody not too long ago, and they were like, well, didn't I tell you? Didn't I talk to you that one day? And I told you come down there. And I was like, yeah, you did. Absolutely, you did. And when I did go down there and try to talk to you about it, you just hung your head or you ignored me. And people, they forget once you vote for them and get them in there,
Yeah. They, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
something totally different than.
Now, there are some that are really, really, I don't want to paint them all bad. There are some really, really, really good people at a local level.
Yes.
Good people. But you know
Yes.
why local politicians have a better chance of staying good people than state or federal? Because they see their voters in the grocery store, at the ball game, at the mall, the doctor, wherever they interact with you. And that's why I'm so for doing remote work with politicians. Like, instead of them having to go to the state capitol or to the federal capitol, do Zoom in your office back home. Because, like the congressmen and stuff, senators and representatives, they don't work every day. They don't even work every week.
No.
No, and they're not supposed to be in DC every day. That's in the Constitution. They are not supposed to be there every day. That's why they have offices back home, because they're supposed to meet with their constituents and help things out and talk to them. And most of them do. And I will say this, if you've never tried to get an appointment to speak with them and you have a legitimate reason, make an appointment and talk to them. You don't have to like them to get them to do something for you, but I'm not saying they always will, but you got to give it a shot. But that's what they're supposed to do. But think how much better it would be if they were doing some of it. They can't vote online. They just can't. They need to go there because you have to do debate and everything. But on an average day, they don't need to be up there, and they don't now. They do a lot of Zoom meetings and stuff. So I'm all for them being at home and talking to people and going to ball games. And if you see an elected official and there's something in your craw that you just want to talk about, don't interrupt their dinner. But if you see them in the parking lot on the way out, go ahead and have a word with them. So you don't stalk them. Don't stalk them. Don't follow them. Don't chase them. Don't follow them in your car. That'll get you in trouble. Don't sit out at the airport and wait on them, because that's a felony. And so he's like, well, how do you know, Mama Duck? We don't need to talk about that. Not that I've ever done it.
Just make an appointment.
Yeah. Well,
just make an appointment.
If you see him at the ball game, you can go by and say, hey, thanks for voting for, to end that corridor over there that went to nowhere.
Yeah.
But, it's not a time for a long discussion.
Unfortunately, though, I just haven't had that kind of an experience myself.
But your county's not like the rest of the world. I'm not saying that it's really, really bad, but you guys got some stuff going on, because I kept saying, well, they can't all be that bad. Oh my Lord. I have been wrong about things, and I didn't know how wrong I was until I started following this case. I had no idea. And I've worked Kentucky. We've talked about it. I've worked in Kentucky for political reasons. I knew it was bad because I was, the year that I was working there is when the cockfight controversy was real heavy. And everywhere I went, people wanted to know what I thought about cockfighting. And then the first time somebody asked me, I was like, you want me to do what? What do you want to know? Because I didn't know what it was. So I had other things going through my head. I'm like, what are you doing? I couldn't understand what cockfighting was. Well, now I understand it. I didn't know. I never dreamed. And so I got an education a little bit on Kentucky, but I did not know. Oh, I didn't know. But I will say this. They would not let me go to your part of Kentucky. I was only allowed to go between Lexington and Louisville. They did not want me in the rest of the state. And now I kind of go, oh, I get it now, because they didn't want me to see all the other stuff, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, I understand why you say that. I understand it.
Well, I wrote something. It
I'm
popped
gonna grab
up.
my charger. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. It popped up in my memories actually this morning. And I thought, well, that might be interesting to read. While she's gone, though, I'll do this. Jessica says, I like that Mickey has a husband and wife team for counsel. I like that too. I like them. Yeah, Mickey's lawyer's couple seems to be really good ones. If I had to be married to a lawyer, I guess I'd rather work with him too, as to be his wife. The outlooking in. Yes, yes, yes. Robert says, I don't want a wife. I'll just swing. Crystal says, I don't blame you. That's right. That's right. If not a good wife, some men still rely on their mother. The sheriff I worked with did nothing without his mama's advice. Pitiful, really. I called her mama.
His
Do what?
mom?
Denise Felton says, if not a good wife, some men still rely on their mother. The sheriff I worked with did nothing without his mama's advice. Pitiful, really. I called her Mama Sheriff. Okay, so let me read this that I wrote. This was February 1st, 2018. Have you ever wanted someone who had an authority over you to like you, but for some reason, unbeknownst to you, they don't like you at all? Capital letters. I can't figure it out. I usually get along with most people. I try to be as respectful as I can and as kind as I can be. I feel like I have been judged and rejected for just who I am as a person. I don't think it's anything I have done. He just doesn't like anything about me. I don't know if he even realizes that he makes me feel this way. I had such hopes for this time in my life, but as with many other things recently, I have become somewhat disillusioned. I had been oblivious to the darkness going on around me. I had gotten so immersed in my own transformation and trying my best to do my very best at home, in school, and in church that I didn't see the enemy sneaking in. I was focused on Jesus, and the Holy Ghost had encompassed a hedge around me. But when I slacked off reading my Bible, sorry, y'all, it's got a little religious undertones to it. I slacked off reading my Bible because of schoolwork and other excuses. That devil saw an opening, and he started whispering in my ear with doubt and resentment. He knew my weakness. He knew that this kind of rejection hits me under the belt, and I can't get it out of my head. We better understand that we do have an enemy, and he is lurking just out of reach. And if we don't keep our vessel filled with the word of the Lord and his spirit, then our minds and hearts start to feel hurt, think bad thoughts, and we start to sink. Just like Peter, when Jesus bid him to come on the water, if we take our eyes off Jesus and start to acknowledge that storm around us, we will sink. My goal is to grow in the Lord. My goal is to go to heaven. Jealousy, strife, anger, hatred, self-ambitions, disputes, envy, drunkenness. These things will keep us out of heaven. I lay this situation and all others right at the feet of Jesus. I trust in you, Lord, and everything that the devil has meant for evil, I know that you will turn it around and make it good. This has been such a good lesson in itself, and I am grateful for it. It helps me to grow as a Christian and learn who I am in Jesus. I wrote that in 2018.
You know,
and I know what I'm referring to. I'm referring to my, I went down there trying to get a job.
I've been there too, and it kind of, I get it because you think, oh, I really want that job, and they want me in there, and and that happened to me because you're looking for a government job when you're wanting to get into criminal justice, right?
Well, I put a lot of work in that.
There's nothing wrong with government jobs, and we need good people in government jobs. And any of you out there listening, you young people, they pay well, they have good perks. You're never going to get, well, I hope to God you're not going to get rich working for the government, but it means you're doing something wrong. But they do have benefits and stuff. And in some communities, there are some of the better paid people there. And we need people to work in our government. We just do. We need teachers, police, fire, cops, lawyers, doctors.
Think about this too. We all want to be accepted, right? So if you're one of those people who are accepted into those circles and you are accepted into those jobs, you're like, oh my gosh, I got that job, and before you know it, you're going to do as they want you to be accepted. It's part of that peer pressure. It's no different applying that same concept to other things with peer pressure and misconduct.
Yep. And
I would have been just as susceptible to those temptations if I had gotten my foot in the door some way. I would be just as susceptible to those temptations because it's a power. It's something that grows inside of you. Like, man, I'm a big deal. I'm a big deal. I got some power. I got some connections. That your head starts growing, and before you know it, you're.
When I very first started getting involved, the first time that a kind of high-ranking official called me, I got so excited. I'm like, oh my gosh, this person called me. I mean, how often does that happen? And how'd they get my number? And, I was all like, oh man, we're making strides. They're listening to us. Naive. No. But I learned from that. And you know what? Like I said, and if you want to run for office, if you're out there and you want to run for office, look, just be prepared.
Yeah.
We need good people in office. We need good people in politics. We need good people in government. We need good people talking about it. We need to kind of, there's a saying, sunlight is a good disinfectant.
Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put some sunlight on what's going on in our government at all levels. And that doesn't mean we tend to, everybody works for the government, all them government people, all them this and that. We all tend to do it. We do. Just kind of like we say that about lawyers and doctors and any other profession we're not real happy with. Well, there's a couple professions none of us should be happy with, but but look, no one's perfect either. And I think it goes back to, I tend to give politicians a lot of heck, but on a personal level, some of them that I know are very good people. They just have this crap job that they have lost themselves in. And I know people love term limits. They love them until they get them. Because here's what happens. Instead of you choosing who your person is, other people choose. Because if you only get two, say you get 2 terms, the first one, you're beholden to your voters to get your second. But in your second, who are you beholden to? Your donors.
Okay.
They build a war, and then they build a war chest, and it doesn't keep them from moving on. And when they get that war chest, they choose who the next person's going to be, not you, not the voter. because they give them the heads up. They give them the leg up. They give them the money. They give them the staffers. They give them everything. So next thing you know, they've picked the next person. It doesn't do any good for you because you'll never get that much money to run, and you need money to run. I'm sorry, you just do. So that's one of the downfalls. And the other downfall is they have no power. If you do that, you take all their power away, and you know who now has the power if you have term limits? And I've seen it. California, Colorado, and Missouri, some other states. And if anybody wants that discussion someday, I can help you with it, because I used to want them really bad. And then I saw what happens when you get them, and I'm like, oh, that's a bad idea. Because what happens is staffers have all the power. Lobbyists have all the power. The people you can't unelect, the people you can't fire, they're the ones running things in Missouri, California, Colorado, and all these other places. They're running it because these people only have 2 terms. Well,
go ahead.
And then the other thing that does is you get poor candidates because the only people who can afford to put their lives on hold for 8 years are really rich people. Could you take 8 years out of your life, take half the pay that you were making, not have your retirement and everything else that you're working for? You go work for the government, you do your thing for 8 years, and then you go back to your life. Well, you've lost seniority. Unless you own your own business, you got to go find a job again, because they're not going to let you do both. You can't do both. And so there's a problem. I'm not saying we need professional people, but at the same time, I want the voters to choose who their person is. And I get it, because these people have been in there for too long. But you know what what happens? They just pick somebody very similar because those voters like them. We might not like them. We don't live there, but they don't represent me. They represent so-and-so, and so-and-so gets to choose, not me.
And the lack of education on knowing what you're even voting for. We had a criminal court judge here, Judge Wright, and he sat in criminal court, right? So he, I think he was even like a Supreme Court here in Kentucky or something like that. Well, he retired, and he put his name on the ballot for judge executive of Letcher County. Well, the judge executive is a completely different kind of judge than a criminal court judge.
Yes.
The judge executive doesn't judge nothing. They just sit in a position on the fiscal court, like the magistrates in the different districts are under them. It has absolutely zero to do with trials or judging anything. Well, whenever he ran, I noticed on a lot of his campaign posters and stuff that he had on the ground out there, elect Judge Wright for judge, or elect Wright for judge. Well, to me, that looked to me like he was playing on the fact that everybody knew him as a criminal court judge. He was a judge here for years and years and years. And so people are going to go vote for him for judge, but they have no idea how many people had absolutely zero idea what he was even running for. You know what I mean? The lack of education matters.
It does. And it's really sad because, and I don't blame the people. We are ignorant, but I don't blame the people. I blame our government, because who teaches us?
And all ignorant means is unlearned.
Unlearned, right.
We don't have the education.
Right. And so who's responsible for teaching us about civics? Our children. Schools. Who's schools run by? The government and politicians. Why would they want to teach you civics? They don't teach civics anymore in school. They teach all kinds of stuff, and they'll say it's history, government, all this other stuff, but they're not teaching you civics. I promise you they're not. Are they
Mm-mm.
handing these kids, hey, this is what a House of Representatives is, and this is what the job description is, and this is what, these are what the qualifications are. They're going to cover it constitutionally, but they're not going to tell you, hey, the county fiscal judge or the sheriff or whoever, the treasurer of your county, what do they do? And so people just don't know. My advice is don't look at the names. Go read the job descriptions. Go to your Secretary of State. Read what those positions are. Then go look at all these people and see what their qualifications are. That's how you do that.
Yeah.
And then you hold them accountable, but don't make them your friend. Just don't, because it's really hard. It's really hard. You know how hard it is to call your kids out publicly?
Yeah.
You don't want to do that, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to call them out. Would you go on TV and call out your friend publicly? Unless they did something horrible to you, probably not, right? You're not going to say anything. So that's why I say don't be friends with them. They're your employee, but don't call them that. And you just have to pay attention, and you have to pay attention to what they're doing. And some of the things that they're doing are really good, and we need them to do it. We need them to do, for example, in Texas, this is something I think we talked about of the Texas is the first state to introduce a piece of legislation to help reduce the amount of schmex trafficking for boys in the trucking industry. There's nothing for these boys and these young men, nothing. But there's a lot for women. Well, we can't take these young men and these boys and put them in women's shelters.
Yeah.
So now the state of Texas, because there's a lot of them. There are a lot of them. The state of Texas Association for the Truckers has said, you know what? We got to deal with this. And we've got to get this done. And so they're introducing the legislation. And that's something we should all discuss, and people in other states should look and see what they have, and let's get that passed. There's a piece of federal legislation to help the parents of missing children so that they are not victimized or taken advantage of, and they are.
Yes, you've got these scammers left and right who are putting up fundraisers and stuff and taking all this money from people, from victims and victims' families. I've seen that. I've seen several different stories on that recently. That was big time.
Yeah.
LS says, believe me, female politicians have to work twice as hard and take 10 times more grief. There is a real good old boys network. Absolutely.
There absolutely is. Absolutely is. But the women are involved in it.
Well, this is what I noticed.
They're
involved. I met a female who worked in law enforcement around here. And when I first met her, she had the exact same entitled, attitude as the rest of the men. And then she got threw under the bus by all them men. And she got humbled real good. She had a situation that was just devastating for her. Well, then the next time I saw her, a little while after that, she was a completely different person. She no longer had that snotty attitude that she had before when she thought she was one of the boys.
Yeah.
Because they make you feel that way. And I think we've all been in a group, whether you were in school and you were part of the clique, if you were in the in group, people make you feel that you're part of it.
Until
you're not, until they don't want you in it no more.
Yeah. And they'll do it to men too, but they'll be a little harsher with the women.
Look at the female police chief that we looked at the other night.
Yes.
Apparently, I dug a little further deeper into that. Now, we know, drinking and driving, better, okay? But we're not looking at that, okay? You made a mistake. You paid for it. I'm not trying to beat no dead horse here, okay? But everybody says she was a great cop. Everybody that I've talked to said that they liked her. She was just a really good person to have in these jobs, right? Okay. Well, I spoke to it was a person who was arrested here in Jenkins. And he ended up filing a civil suit against Jenkins and the cops that arrested him for force. They beat him up real bad, broke his eye, broke his couple ribs and stuff. And I talked to him. I talked to the victim, the fella that sued Jenkins, and he told me himself that the Jenkins cop and the state cop beat on him while his hands was in behind his back in the handcuffs. They did all of this use of force that was overboard on him. And that female cop, who was the assistant police chief, saw it. And apparently he said that whenever they got back to wherever they were at, that she said she wasn't going to lie for them cops, that they did that was wrong. They should not have done that. And the next thing you know, she was out of here. But from what I understand, it was because she wouldn't back up some bad actions of other cops.
Yeah. And how should I put this?
You're not in the good old boys
club. Yeah, no, you're not in the good old boys club when you're doing that. But the women who were married to the judge and they're part of that good old boys club. So I probably didn't word that well enough. Women are involved in the boys club. Are all women involved? No, but there are women involved. And those women usually are what?
Aware.
They're aware and complicit sometimes. I mean, look at Ben Fields' sister. Look at his wife. You don't think that they did anything to help that situation out a little bit?
Well, there was a story not long ago of Mr. Huck, the high school teacher, and his wife, and they had been sexually abusing kids in their school. He was a wrestling coach, and his wife had been messing with these boys, and he watched. And this had been happening for a very, very, very long time, like 20 or 30 years. It was happening in this school, and nobody would ever do anything. They finally did it. Both of them have been sent to prison now. And I think we might look at it a little bit later, but I'm pretty sure that they fired the principal, that they have, because there were many times that people tried to come forward and have their conduct investigated, and they were all like, oh, okay, we got this, and nothing had ever happened. Nothing would ever get done. So we do know that a lot of times, they are working together, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the men aren't running things. What I'm saying is the good old boys club has women in it. Mm-hmm. They just do. And those women, to me, I'm all about hey, ladies, we need to stick together kind of thing. When those women are covering up or engaging in that kind of behavior, they're making us all look bad, and we need to stop that. We need to pull them aside and say, girl, and we need to report it. We need to do everything we can. We need to be harsh on these women that do it, and we need to be harsh on the men too, but we can't give them passes because they're women.
Well, I think, what you just said made me think about something else too. How many times do we see women whose husbands are cheating on them left and right, but every time they say, I'm sorry, they're end up causing a big ruckus. Oh, he's cheated on me. And everybody comes and tries to help you and tries to get you, out of the situation. And next thing every time you turn around, they're running back to him. They're running back to him. They're running back to him.
We have to support women like
manipulation. That's manipulation. People, and I'm not just putting it on men. I'm not a man hater, y'all.
Yeah, no, me either. I just
wish I had a. But I wish I did.
Yeah, there's some women out there and give you theirs. So
I'd just rather be alone than be in a bad relationship. I'm not willing to settle, and be in a bad one.
Well, and there's a good old girls club too in politics. And it's all wives. And in DC, one of the most powerful groups up there, it's a wives club for congressmen and former congressmen. It's all their wives. They have a club. And they get together and they have lunches and they do things.
Well, I could see that.
And I guess because I'm speaking more from, and I hate to call myself an insider because I'm not, I didn't work there. I just know there's little secrets. So, and they do it at the Capitol too, in Texas. There's a wives club at the Capitol.
Oh, I believe.
Yeah. So, that's why I say, look, yeah, there's a good old boys club, but don't give women the pass as much as we want to. Now, I will say this about Letcher County. You have a very strong good old boys club. You have a big old bad old boys club there. And we have one here kind of, but you're going to talk about this later at the Karen Reed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look at what some of those women did in that case.
Oh, absolutely.
So what I want to, I guess, stress is that as women have gone into the workforce, as women have become more powerful, as women have moved up the chain over all these years, they've gotten a little she disappeared on me. They've evolved into these things. And so that's what I just want to make people aware of. Not that all men are bad, not that all women are bad, but if they're in the good old boys club or good old girls club, we need to watch it. It's something to watch.
How many walk around here with their nose stuck up in the air? They're so much better than the rest of us because their husband is so-and-so, or their ex-husband is so-and-so, or, their uncle is so-and-so.
Yeah.
It's, and if you're not if you're
not in the clique,
you're not welcome.
No,
you're not welcome.
And so that's why, we want to talk about politics. We don't want to drag anybody. And we've had this whole conversation and other than Stein's and, yours there in the county, we're not dragging any politicians. We're not mentioning any names. No. We're just saying, hey, there's people. And so that's the adult conversation. Now, if somebody gets hauled out, like, like Stein's did, and then you find out all this other stuff, yeah, you're going to mention their name because now a crime's been committed and it's news and we're going to talk about it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's what people have done all these years. And the ones that are coming after you because you're publicly speaking about it, hey, I have a little message for Letcher County. If they think for 1 minute the rest of this country isn't watching, digging, learning, they're wrong.
Interested.
And they are inspiring other people in other counties to start paying attention. And they are inspiring people to speak out about things they know that's wrong. So they shouldn't be mad at you. They should be mad at themselves for keeping those secrets all those years. All you did is publicly talk about it when the newspapers, Fourth Estate, have not done their jobs in this case and done the deep diving and the digging that the true crime community has done. Look at Gavin Fish. Look at, some of the others. They're digging too. They're talking too. So They shouldn't be mad at you. Oh, well, she shouldn't be on there talking about that. Hey, go mind your business. Why don't you go clean up what's going on down there and leave her alone? Don't make us all come to Letcher County, because I'm pretty sure out of the almost 10,000, we're just going to put it that way. We'll ride, we'll load up, we'll come help.
We have a great bunch. Like, honestly, I haven't had any bad stuff. I mean, really not. The only thing that I can say felt a little honky was somebody had told me that they thought that all three of those women who were unsolved redrum cases were related in some way, shape, or form to the deputy that was convicted under Mickey. And so I said that on a show long time ago. But when I said it, I said, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but someone else had told me that they were, and I didn't really know how to confirm or deny that,
Yeah.
And so the next day, a family member messaged me and said that the oldest lady of the three was not related to him. And I said, oh, okay, thank you so much. And I will correct that tonight. And I said, that my prayers and thoughts were with the family, but she wasn't interested in being my friend at all. So the next evening on the next show, I made the correction. And that was about it. It wasn't no big deal. It wasn't nothing.
Yeah.
Professed thou too much. Is that the saying?
Yeah, I think thou protest too much. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then the next thing I know, there was a couple articles in the newspaper that was taking digs at me because I had gotten something wrong.
How many times newspaper been wrong there in Letcher County?
A whole lot. And
who calls them out on it? Do they print it when people call them out on it every time?
Well, it just made me think, y'all are making a whole lot more attention to that than I did at all. And so I didn't renew my subscription to the newspaper, and I'm not going to. And so I will try not to read articles from there if I can help it. But if it's the only source I'll do it. But but that's the only thing that kind of felt twingy, and but I never get any. Most of the time, it's 99.99% is positive. So,
let me tell you why they're doing that.
Okay,
what's their readership? That they have to print that in their paper, like what their readership is, like how many papers they selling. Then go look and how many people you have that are subscribed to your channel. You think they have 10,000 readers? Okay. Do they have 20,000 readers in your county?
Well, we don't have that many people.
Right. Right. Bingo. How many people are you reaching? You don't know. Well, because you have your analytics, but are you reaching more than 10,000 people?
Well,
individuals, you are. And then you're spreading it. And then you're on Gavin. And then you're on this. And then you're on that. And you're spreading the word about this. And you're getting that credit. They aren't. Nobody's saying, well, the Letcher County News is, and I'm just using that because I don't want to say who they are. Hey, the LCT, whatever, broke the story. They're not calling their reporters. They're calling you to be on these things.
Well, one of the things that I think it's just the new change in information, because they're used to being the only source.
Right. They're jealous. This is jealousy. They'll never admit it, but it's jealousy.
How many old women, when TikTok came out, it was the devil, it was the worst thing in the world, and now you got all these grannies with TikTok accounts.
I don't have a TikTok, and I'm a granny, but I have Facebook and YouTube and everything else, and I don't have TikTok because my son's a computer code security person, and he was like, Mama, you are not getting in Discord. No. And then I'm like, but I need in there. And he's like, no, you do not need in Discord. And then finally he was like, okay, you can have Discord. And then, but he still won't. He's like, you cannot have TikTok. Do not download that onto your phone. Do not download TikTok. Don't put that cat chair on your, don't put that crap. And so I got, it's kind of flipped a little bit, your kids. And so I've never done TikTok because my son won't let me.
Look here what Tracy says. I had civics in grade school and high school, but I graduated in 87.
Yeah. Well, they still teach civics, but have you looked at the lesson plans?
I don't think they teach that here.
Well, some places do, some places don't. But I can guarantee you it's not the civics we all learned.
Tracy says, yes, a county judge meets with these magistrates to discuss the county's finances.
Yes, and the here, what we call our county judge, we don't have a finance person that does the budget. The county judge does. And our commissioners help create that budget. But all the departments that are also elected, JP, sheriff, DA, they also have budgets, and that all goes into the county judge. And so that's how they build the budget out. And that was something we wanted to talk about. This is why we talk about politics, and this is partly civics. When they create those budgets, it's just a guideline. It doesn't tell you anything about where they're spending money. Nothing. Because the budget is the outline. Sorry, I'm Italian, talk with my hands. The budget is the outline that tells you where they intend to spend money. And so, or not spend money. That's what the budget is, the budget process, and then it's approved. And the reason they do all the budget process is if they have a shortfall, then they say, uh-oh, and they have to make a decision. Are we going to cut spending or going to raise taxes? That's where that comes in. And then they talk to the appraiser district and the tax district and everybody else. But that's what the little process is. And then how you find out where they actually spent the money is the CAFR report, CAFR. And it has to, that report, the budget doesn't really have to follow any accounting rules, really, but the CAFR does. And under penalty of perjury, they have to submit that to the state or the feds. So that CAFR report, if you get the CAFR report, that's what tells you where all the money is. And so that audit that you read came out of that CAFR, not the budget.
Right.
And that CAFR found problems in what the county was doing. So when the state came in, the comptroller is kind of like the IRS auditing you. They audited the sheriff's department, and then they found all those tax things, and they turned it over to the Treasury Department at the feds. Then the feds will go through and do all that. But I guarantee you that somebody somewhere is probably stepped in since what happened has happened. And Letcher County is probably going to be turned upside down before this is all over with looking at finances and everything.
I'd hope so. That's all that I think we should really want is somebody to come in and actually, look at this stuff. Randall Turner here says Hal Rogers was against the Affordable Care Act, even though his district at the time was the second poorest in the nation. It has now moved up to the third poorest. And, Hal Rogers, too. Hal Rogers has been in there for decades. He has, he was one of the founders of the big nonprofit SOAR. He has been instrumental in a lot of the big things that have happened in Eastern Kentucky. But he's not, I don't think he's very accessible unless you're, which I don't know. I probably shouldn't say that because, there is a hierarchy.
Accessible. I'm sorry. Did you say accessible?
Yeah, there is a hierarchy to citizens that they will meet with, that they even take an appointment with. They're
Yep.
not. I would say that they're not going to take an appointment with somebody who's not who doesn't have a job, who doesn't, that doesn't have any kind of anything going for them in their life. I just couldn't
Well,
see it. Maybe I'm
I don't,
wrong.
yeah, I
Maybe.
don't see it either. But unless it's something like, there's some weird event that happened that made the news and they're like, hey, we better go talk to them. Like they found a dinosaur in their backyard, because that has happened on occasion in the world.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just
no,
thinking.
I think you're right. No, I think you're right. I think that they didn't.
I think you would have to be one of the in circle locally to be able to make it to one of them.
Well, and here's what I think. I could be wrong, but they represent what, 200,000 people, sometimes 250,000 people. So they get choosy.
Yeah.
And then,
which I understand.
Yeah, I understand that too. But then the little people tend to get pushed out that way. And so they don't have someone to listen to them. So what do? They go to the news, they go to TV, they go to social media, and they tell their story, and they talk about it. And to ask people to shut up and not do that, to me, is wrong. We need to have an outlet for people. And it used to be letters to the editor or calling into the local radio or something.
Speak your piece.
Speak your piece. But if we go on social media and we tell people you're not allowed to speak your piece, and a lot of channels do it because they don't want people fighting. I don't want people fighting, but I want you to be respectful. You can have a difference of opinion. Just be respectful. That's all I ask. And so, I've seen a whole lot on chats, and you have too, of just really, really, really ugly things going on in them. You don't have them here. People are a lot more respectful, and they're nice, and they're kind for the most part. And I know as the channel grows, we might not see that. And every now and then we get a goofball that comes in and does something fun. But, at the end of the day, we're all people. We just want to be heard. We just want to find our tribes. Yeah, and you have a wonderful, wonderful tribe here that isn't just about the drama of the case. It's not just about the exploitation of victims. You really are digging into what happened. This didn't come out of a thin air.
Well, I think a whole lot of us have had the same type of experiences. A whole lot of us have had those same negative, rejection, feeling like we didn't belong, not being accepted, and not being heard. How many people just close their eyes or turn a blind eye, and pretend like they don't hear us or see us, Crystal C says it only takes one and many will fall.
Yeah. And as bad as it is all over, we still are blessed to live in the country that we live in.
Oh, yes.
Because other countries have it a whole lot worse than we do, especially their women. And I don't want people to get wrong. I'm not a big women's libber. I live a traditional life. My husband works. I'm retired, quote unquote. I'm a grandma now, dog mom. Although they just hired me to do a couple things, and my husband's like, "You're doing what?" And I'm like, "Oh, don't worry about it." Anyway, but I really, I just love the way that you're growing. I love the way the channel is growing. I love the way that the mods are wonderful people. Yeah. They're all wonderful people. Boy, did we luck out, did we not? And I told them in the beginning, I don't want to be a mod. I don't want to come up. I don't want to do anything. I just want to help you. But this is more like, look, we don't want to, you'll notice if y'all will look, Elizabeth doesn't have a bunch of those like, don't talk about this, don't say that, don't do this, don't do that, be nice. Da, da, da. You don't have this list of demands to listen to your channel. It's be respectful, be adults. And that's why we wanted to say, look, we don't talk about politics and religion, but let's clarify that. You can say, well, God bless you. But there are channels that if you say that, they have a fit. Right? So that was just something you didn't want to do. And I think you're growing and you're so popular is because you do allow it. And you do allow people to have an adult discussion. If nobody's getting upset, talk about it. But if half the chat's screaming at you, you might want to think, and they'll scream at me. I'm going to say things that everybody's going to hate. We all are. All of us. I mean, we're all, God knows, ask my husband. I'm going to say something no one's going to like. But every now and then I'm going to say something that'll crack you up.
Crystal says, I support men and women that are 100% honest. Which I don't think anybody's really 100% honest.
No. But I don't want to know if my husband don't like my new lipstick color. Which,
yeah.
This is dye, by the way, ladies. This is a dye. It's a stain with a little bit of gloss.
Well, fancy pants. Well, I love it.
It's no more than lipstick, and you don't have to keep putting it on all day. You stain your lips in the morning, and by dinner, it's kind of faded, but it doesn't come off. You can kiss your husband. It doesn't leave a mark. It doesn't leave a mark on your glass, on your cup or your mug, and I love it. And they have all kinds of colors.
It looks great. But I had a friend who I thought was a really good friend of mine, and she was a beautician. Well, she started going, and I always go to her and get my hair done, even though she messed it up all the time, but I didn't dare tell her that. And she was my friend, so I kept supporting her no matter what she did to my hair, couldn't hardly go to somebody else, right? So anyway, she started going to school to get her license to do tattooing, like to tattoo your eyebrows and stuff and on people's face. She was like, "Oh, you're gonna be my first client. You gonna let me do your eyebrows? You see how white I am? I don't wear a lot of makeup most of the time. Could you imagine me with tattooed black eyebrows on my face? No, thank you."
Oh, Elizabeth.
I know it. I just put her off.
I don't think I want to be anybody's guinea pig with that.
No. That was a good decision. That wasn't a bad decision.
They had her lips tattooed, and it was and she did it. Her best friend was learning, and she let her best friend practice on her. Oh. I love my best friend. She's my sister. She tattooed my lips.
I loved my friend too, but I just couldn't do it. I always say, yeah, sure. I just never would make the appointment.
Can you imagine?
No.
Well, no. I don't understand. Okay, so we're going to talk girly stuff in a minute. I have to just
sorry,
guys. We'd love to know what you think about this. I'd love to know what the men think about this next topic that I'm going to say.
Okay.
The caterpillar lashes, the eyelashes, when the big, like really super long,
spider lashes,
thick, and they're like they can touch your glasses. They're so long. And then they put those eyebrows that are painted and they're huge and they don't even look natural. Just out of curiosity, because I know it's popular, are the men like, ooh, that does it for me? Or do they also see caterpillar eyelashes? I just wonder.
I don't know. Hey, you men out there, do you like
let us know
fake eyelashes?
Yeah, let us know. Help the world out. We'd love to
Oh,
know your true thoughts. Now,
thank you.
I'm yelling. I'm sorry. I didn't put my hearing aids in. That's why I'm talking loud, folks. I'm really sorry. It just hit me because how loud I was. The songs.
Yeah.
We had a lady in our group. Her name, I don't know if she wants us to say her name. Begins with a T. You know who you are. Who did a song about the judge and the sheriff of Letcher County. And folks, that song's awesome. I mean, awesome.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so I don't know if we can play it or not. Can you
Well,
do a link in Discord? I mean, can you grab a link and do that? Or do we?
I don't think it's like bought yet.
Oh, okay.
She said she was going to, but I don't think, because I haven't gotten an email on it yet. So
Okay.
So we'll have to wait for that for later this week. But
yeah. So, but stay tuned for it because it is so good.
Yes, we've got some really great songs that are coming.
Oh, she did a great job. I'm like, you get the song thing. You know.
Go ahead.
I made you some banners last night in the AI. Girl, they got hilarious. AI just decided that you needed to be in the woods with a bunch of cop cars and crime scene tape and dogs. And I was like, no. What are you doing to her? No, bring her back. Well, then they put you in this skin tight outfit with these Dolly Parton-esque. and I mean, you're popping out of that shirt, heavy makeup. I think they thought you were Dolly Parton. You looked like Dolly Parton. I'm like, no, she's not Dolly Parton just because she lives in Kentucky or something. No, back up, because you can tell it to back up. I should have record. Next time I do it, I'll record me doing it and telling it, no, go back. And then we can I'll put the video up and you can share it because it's hilarious to watch that AI. Sometimes it gets dumber.
A Diamond in the Stick says Letcher County majority is a senior retirement place. Most people are older here. That is a really good point. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off topic.
No, we were off topic.
I was reading some of these comments.
So what's the average age of Letcher County?
That's a good question. I don't know. Used to, back a couple decades ago, listen, it was standing room only. You had parking spots. They even had parking meters back in the day in town, and neon. I see old pictures and it shows where cars were just lining the streets, and they had a movie theater and people were just walking on the sidewalks. I mean, it looked like you were looking at New York City or something that you'd see on TV. And I was like, what? That's neat. Now, and I saw old videos and pictures of the ball games, like the football games. You couldn't get in town. I mean, you couldn't even get in the town. The cars were parked everywhere. It was standing room only. There was no place for anybody to stand, let alone sit. It was unbelievable how many people were here. But over time, people have left. People left here for jobs. A lot of they've got like Lynch, people in Lynch. That was a really majority African American community back in the early 1900s. That was their only black school was in Lynch, because they did have segregation back then, and a lot of those people have left. A lot of them left decades ago, and now they have what's called the East Kentucky Social Club. And that's a group of people who have all moved away, and they live in like Ohio and Michigan and Indiana and Illinois. They kind of migrated over time, but it's kind of like a big class reunion or a family reunion, every year all these people come back to Kentucky, or wherever they have their annual conference, and it's just like a big family reunion. These people come in, they have a big church ceremony, they have you know, most of the time they end up having an open bar the night before the church service. So they have them a big dance, and stuff. I went down there this past year and took pictures for them and did their photography. And that's a really big thing that came out of Lent.
It's really cool.
Mm-hmm. And
I think that's a great idea.
It is, but
because then generations. So
mm-hmm.
these are. Do they still have kin there, or?
Mm-hmm. Some of them do, yeah.
Yeah, and then they can kind of keep in touch, and that is really, really a cool idea.
It is. It is really neat. A lot of baby boomers still live here.
There's a couple out of Dallas that have a YouTube channel, and they go to small towns all over the United States and tell you about them. Mm-hmm. And they tell you, like, back in the heyday, this is how many people they had, this is what the town did, and kind of their glory day compared to today. Some of them are about the same. Some of them have greatly declined because people have moved away for jobs. And now you're starting to see, and of all places in West Virginia, they're starting to pay people to move there, some towns. And so people who have remote jobs are going to live there because the cost of living is less expensive than these big cities. Their kids are going to a school where they, that's a better school, and they can get to know everybody, and it's safer, and all that. They can homestead or whatever. So maybe we'll see a resurgence of people going back to small towns.
Yeah, hopefully you will. A lot of people around here, they end up coming back when they retire, just like they said. They go away while they're working, but then whenever they retire, they want to come back home. They want to come back home where it's peaceful, and be around their families. Let's see. Wild Man's mom says, I agree, your channel is special, and the folks here respect the ones that find you and stay because it's welcoming. That's right. That's right. I'm so thankful. And so
I'm going to push Discord for all of you that don't know what it is. It's a social media app, and you can also do it online like Facebook has. But it's easy to me. It's easier to use than Facebook, and the audience is controlled. So the only people you're interacting with is who's permitted in there. And they call it a server. We can play games, watch TV, we can watch movies, we can watch Facebook or YouTube. And the great thing is, like, sometimes you can't watch something on your channel publicly because they'll copyright strike you or whatever. But you can go into Discord and we can watch it there and talk about it because it's not being publicly shown. Mm-hmm. So that's the kind of the advantage. Plus, we do all kinds of stuff in there as far as, like, when I was doing the song, and I'm like, okay, folks, I need all your input. And how many did I make? 20 versions? And like, and y'all helped me. Like, oh, we'll add this. Oh, we'll do that. Oh, we'll, and so we do a lot of that kind of thing and having fun. People post stories that they want you to cover, and they put all the information in, and you can just do so much in there, and it's private. It's not public. The whole world cannot see it. The only people who can see it are the people who are in that server. It's very private. I mean, sure, somebody can screenshot it and share it, but there's nothing in there that we would put that couldn't be. But it's just a way to do it. Mm-hmm. There's a trivia game. You can voice chat, and the older folks will understand this. Remember party lines?
Yeah, the party line.
Well, there's a voice chat, and everybody can go in click on it. And so when we're doing things like when I was making one of the graphics and I put it in, I was like, okay, well, what do you think about this? All right, well, let me add the yellow hooped earrings. Well, does that look better? Or for Sweet Tater, we're working on something for her. It's kind of a surprise. And so we can talk about it in there and make it, and she, so that we can surprise her with it. But that's what we really use Discord for, is for that. And it's a backup community.
That's right.
We all saw what happened with TikTok, and I'm not sure that'll stay or go. We all kind of don't know that. And one of the social media influencers that I follow, she's over in Tennessee and raises horses. And I'm not a horse person or anything. I just love to watch her baby horses. They're so cute. She said you have to diversify your platforms, because if one of them goes away and all of your eggs are in that basket, your job went away or your channel went away or whatever.
Income goes away.
Right. So we wanted to have that backup so that, because the terms of service for YouTube say that at any time, for any reason, they can delete your channel and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it because they own it, technically. So we wanted you to have that backup so that people could say, well, they took down her channel. How do we find her again?
Yeah, you got Discord.
You got Discord. And so it's like being on TikTok. Well, it's not like, it's kind of like being in Facebook, but it's a closed community. It's like a Facebook group with all kinds of stuff in it that you can't do anywhere else. And it's fun. And, it's there's no drama. Yeah. It's just fun, and people go in and have fun. So if you want to come in and join in Discord, we have a free version we have the free rooms. And then we have the HBIC VIP room for the paid members. And if you are a graphic designer, if you are a video person, whatever you are, if you're a songwriter, if you're a singer, whatever talents that you have, if you're a good researcher, if you want to learn how to do, that's the other thing we're going to do. We're going to teach you how to do FOIAs, which is federal. And we want to teach you how to do information requests at the state and local level, so that if you want that body cam, we're going to teach you how to get it.
Yep.
And we're going to, so we want to teach you guys how to do all that so that you're not, if you want to do your own channel or you want to help Elizabeth with the story or, whatever, or you're just nosy, you want to know what your sheriff paid for that SUV got painted, or
we're going to teach you how to do it.
We're going to teach you how to dig the dirt. And then we also need people just to do the research of finding stories to do, and
my diggers,
our little coal diggers. And so they're we want you to dig for the stories that are interesting, that we can find information on and stuff like that, and talk to people. Maybe somebody that has a story. So that's what we have Discord for, so that we can do all that.
Black Dog says Tammy Faye Baker's mascara was tattooed on. She looked fine.
Oh, I hope I don't look like Tammy Faye.
Diamond in the Stick says I stopped dyeing my hair back in 2012 and don't plan to start back. Bleeding Hearts, I was shocked, was a wildlife group. Crystal says there are some really good tattoo makeup artists. Yes, there are, but I was not going to be her very first one. Jersey Red says I don't like the fake stuff. We like barefoot, no makeup. They used to say barefoot and pregnant for women here in a hillbilly. Barefoot and pregnant. Those are as bad as those freaky long fingernails.
Yes. Okay. We've all seen them, right? Those ones that have the really long nails. They're like 2 inches.
which we're not making fun of.
I have questions. That's probably not appropriate for here, but I think, like, how do you clean underneath those? Like, I have questions is all. I just have questions because I think it's like, it just seems like, how do you write? How do you type on your phone?
I had my nails done once, probably a couple times back years and years ago. And you're right. Like, whenever they started coming off and the nasty stuff that was under your nails, no.
Yeah, that's why I quit doing them. I went to gel nails, and they don't do that. But it's expensive. And I only did it. I had some parathyroid problems, and I only did it because when my parathyroid was going crazy. And ladies, this is how you'll know it happens. You'll start losing your hair in a strip right here, your bangs. You get kidney stones. If those two things start happening, go talk to your doctor and get a parathyroid test. So they took mine out, and my hair grew back. Crazy. But my nails took longer to grow back, so I had to put the gel on them. But yeah, and they don't do that. But those long nails, oh yeah, you're right.
Butterfly Kisses says, those eyelashes, when the wind is blowing, end up looking like spiders. Robert Vitello says, it makes me confused. I'm like, is she a male? I can't get any more confused on this trans. I'm still trying to detect the difference between male and female, and I'm hetero. Well, I think there's a lot of people going through a lot of confusion with that in the world right now.
Yeah.
Black Dog says, rose-colored glasses. Instead of camera filters, they need to make contact lenses so everyone's filtered. That's a good idea. Used to Eastern Kentucky was always picked in times of wars. A lot of our service members were pulled from here. We did have a whole lot of people from here going.
Coal mines or the military, right? For a long time.
Share to pick up subscribers. Yes, please. We've still got 6 hours. You've been on here with me for 2.
Yeah, we're behind schedule, so I need to get to moderating and get off here. I'm not meant for this, but it's not meant for it. I like doing radio. I don't like doing anyway. But if y'all will, I want to mention this on how to grow the channel. So if y'all will help us, we really. Oh, thank you there, old one. Median age 42.7. Well, that's not as old as. I mean, that's not a boomer, so that's pretty good. Okay, so how do we grow the channel and help Hillbilly Crime grow? Of course, liking, because it helps get into the feed, algorithm. I always say logarithm because of calculus. I know, 2 different things, right?
It's okay.
You get old and things start not.
I'm gonna go get me a pop. You finish.
You go. Okay, so this is what you do. So you like it to help us get in the feed so that more people will see it in the FYP, which I just learned means For You page. That's how old I am. So then we need to get 100 to get into that. But then if you get into 1,000, it just starts putting the more and more people get to see that Elizabeth is alive or the replay. Second, commenting. If you're a lurker and you don't ever comment, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to. We love you too. All you out there in the bushes, we see you. We know you're there because the YouTuber people send all the analytics to Elizabeth, so she knows how many lurkers there are and how many people come in. And we just want to say thank you to all of the people out in the bushes that are listening, that don't go into chat and don't say anything. We really, really, really appreciate you hitting that like button and subscribing if you have not subscribed. If you want to join as a member for YouTube, there is, if you have an iPhone, it's different. And when I get off here, I'll get the link and put it in the chat. If you have an iPhone and you want to join or be a paid member, I'll put that link in. If you want to be a paid member, you also get the exclusive HBIC access over there in Discord. And you'll get discounts later when we get the merch store set up. Then if you come into the comments and you can still lurk and just type, I'm lurking, or hey, or bye, or just put an exclamation point or something, that helps. Believe it or not, that interaction helps grow the channel. Then, of course, if you could share it to other social media platforms and invite people to join us. So if you're on Twitter, X, TikTok, or wherever, and you want to share the channel and ask people to join us, that would be really, really helpful so that Elizabeth can get to that ever important 10,000 number. And why that's important is because, well, for one, you get the handy dandy nifty bronze award from YouTube. She gets a play button, an actual physical play button. It's the bronze, it's the first one, and you get it at 10,000. So that's why we want to grow it to 10,000. That's why the goal is there. And it also helps Elizabeth with how often she's seen in the news feed and how often they will promote her and that kind of thing. So if you could really, this would be, so, you know what, your husband, if they're on YouTube, have them go like it and shut off the notifications. Just have them like us and then shut off the notifications. Heck, he may come in someday and watch. Or if it's your sister, best friend, kids, whatever, have them like it and then say, hey, they're talking about whatever topic you think that your friend would like. Just let them know, So if you could do that, share on other social media, give everybody the link to the channel.
Thank you.
That's why it's important.
Jessica says, my mama had a party line.
Those were fun. We had one when I was a kid, and I was just a little kid, and there were teenagers on it. And they would talk, and they'd talk about stuff that your mama wouldn't want you to hear.
Yeah. I can remember being little. I'm 48 now, so when I was little, but I don't remember it after maybe 5 years old. But I remember picking up the phone and you could hear your neighbors talking.
Yeah. Oh, one of my best friends in kindergarten, her brother was a teenager, and he'd talk to his girlfriend, and she'd come over to my house, and we'd be little snots, and we'd pick up the phone, and we would talk to them, and they'd get so mad at us. This is what we do. We'd get on that phone and we'd go, kissy, kissy, kissy. And we'd hang up.
Yeah. Back in the day, you could prank people. These kids today, they don't know anything about prank calling.
Remember calling the grocery store, hey, you got chicken legs?
Is your refrigerator running? You better go catch it.
You got some Prince Albert? You better let them out of that can.
See, we can have good, clean fun, y'all.
I love this stuff. Let me tell you, being a Gen X, we had the best of both worlds, kind of, it was just so fun. And
well, listen, I'm super glad we didn't have the internet back when we was young. Because, man, we'd be in trouble. Everybody's got a camera now. Everybody's got proof.
Yeah, we weren't stupid. We didn't let anybody have cameras. How we could afford a okay, so all you young people, we actually had film that you had to put in the camera, a different, a real camera. You put that film in there, and then you had to either send it off through the mail to Kodak or whoever, or take it and have it printed. And so if you took it to the store to have it printed, everybody that worked at the store could see your pictures. Mm-hmm. And if somebody took a racy picture, everybody in town knew about it. And they'd make copies. Remember that back in the day when the people that worked at the printers for pictures would make copies of people's photos that were racy. Remember that?
Yes.
And they would make and if it was somebody famous, it would make the news. It was crazy. But but it was, that was kind of expensive to do, and you could, well, I want 2 copies, or I want them in black and white, or I want whatever, and you could have them whatever size, and they'd mail them off, right? And then they'd mail them back to you. So it's not like today. Well, a couple years ago, I was on Instagram, and an old high school friend reached out to me and said, thank God it was in the message part. And he said, hey, I was going through a box of pictures and my whole body tensed. I was like, a box of pictures. Who has a box of pictures from the 1980s from a bonfire out at a certain place? And that's the pictures he had. I'm like, oh crap. So he sent it to me. It was fine. It was just a boy I used to like. And it was a picture of us. He goes, remember this? I'm like, yes. And I am so grateful we did not have cameras and weren't carrying phones.
Jersey Bread says I pranked 800 numbers when I was a kid and couldn't sleep. Yeah.
Remember ordering the 10 for $1 from what was the company that did that? You get 10 tapes for $1 or something, and you had to buy more tapes or books or whatever it was, and all the kids would sign up for it, and we'd get all these free tapes, and then they'd threaten to put us in jail, and we're like, we're not even 18. Remember us doing that?
And remember, a lot of people would get very upset when they got great big phone bills because somebody in their house called the 900 numbers. So back a long time ago, you had these 1-900 numbers, and those were the dirty phone calls.
And the psychic network. Remember the psychic network?
Yeah, or you could call and pay $1,000 to have some girl talk dirty to you. Or your mommy, or you had that $1,000 bill on your mommy's phone.
Yeah, before OnlyFans, it was 1-900.
Yeah, before OnlyFans, that's right. The Diamond in the Stick says I've accidentally called 911 a few times growing up. I've been on the phone before and heard old women up in the holler talking on the phone all day. Their voices cutting through my calls. Yep.
Yeah, and they tell you to get off the phone. They need to make a hair appointment or whatever.
Jessica says mostly it was the church lady chat.
Yeah. Yeah, they have some interesting chat.
Most of them's gossiping. That's the worst gossiping ever. Oh my gosh, we had a black phone with a party line. We were told not to pick up the phone unless it's an emergency. And now the neighbors would tell on us. Well,
yeah.
That was you're talking about the photograph people that develop the pictures. That is the perfect segue into our first update on our case. Do you want to stay for it?
No, I'm going to jump down. Okay. I'm going to go get my drink, and I'm going to go back to my modding and all that fun stuff. If you need anything, I'll be down there. And thanks for having me up. And I hope that everybody understands. We want you to have fun. We want you to enjoy it. And it's pretty laid back. But if you get out of line, we got some mods. And I rarely get in there and actually, I'm in there and I'm modding, but you know me, I'm like pulling links, sending to people and doing all that stuff. I'm like really producing, not really modding. But if I see something, if it catches it, it'll catch my eye. And what happens is YouTube sends me a message. For all you don't know, if you do certain things or say certain words, we did want to tell people this. Sometimes it's not us, it's YouTube saying this is not allowed. if you type in all caps, we're going to let you do it. Just know that YouTube will eventually start hammering on you. It won't be us. So just so people know, that's why we tell don't do all caps forever, because it'll start, like, it'll hold your comments, and certain words will hold your comments, like the F word will hold your comment. The P word, PU or PE, those two words, if it has anything to do with schmecks, that kind of thing. And that's why we use different kind of words. It's the silliest, stupidest thing, because we all know what it means. So why aren't they banning schmecks? It makes no sense. No sense. It's English language. We should be able to say these words. I get it. I'm with all of you. I get it. It irritates me too. I just want to. Anyway, they'll hold it or hide it. So we just wanted to warn you that could happen. And so that was, and what was the other thing about the chat that somebody asked us about? If you, you can't put links. The only people that could put a link in are mods. So if you want to share a link, like if we're like, well, can you send us the link? It won't go in a YouTube chat. You'll have to email Elizabeth the link, because it won't show up in chat for you. I don't know. And I guess that's a good thing that YouTube does that, but that's not something that we have any control over. We don't, unfortunately, we can't do that. And that's why we also have Discord, because during the show, you can go put links in there and comments and stuff, and our mods will pay attention to it. And then we'll pass that on to Elizabeth either during or after the show. So that's kind of the backside. I don't know if people understand that, but if you have any questions on how any of this works, one of our really great mods will be able to answer it. Probably not always me, but they're wonderful and they'll be able to answer it, and they're funny and, great people. And hey, as the channel grows, we may need more mods. So, hey, if you want to help out, always, like I said, keep going. And thank you, Elizabeth, for providing all of us a wonderful channel to come in, have fun, listen, learn, and we love Sweet Tater too.
Thank you for coming on today and giving us a great explanation and great company. I love you, and I'll see you later. Okay,
love you too. Bye, y'all. Now I don't know how to get out.
There you go. There you go. All right. That was awesome. Thank you, Miss Toby. All right, so let me pull this up. We're going to look at the first case, which was with the Richard Allen case. Now, the reason why I said that was a good segue into this case is because Richard Allen worked at a CBS, I think is what it was. And he actually did like the photos and stuff like that. And it was reported that after the two little girls were redrummed, that he was the one who actually helped the family with some photos. So we're going to watch this. It's about 20 minutes long, and it's an update. It's the explosive revelations made by the private investigator. So there's been an update to this case. Richard Allen was already tried, and he was convicted. And so now we're going to learn about the new updates.
Defense attorney, host of the Defense Diaries podcast, was in the courtroom for the trial. Bob Mata, and private investigator, worked on the case for nearly 2 years, is close with Richard Allen's family. Erica Morse is with us. Thank you both for being here. Erica, it's been a while since I've talked to you about this case. So let's talk about this case. Let's start first with Richard Allen. His wife, Kathy, wasn't there today, right?
No one from the Allen family attended. That was an ongoing discussion between Rick and his family for about the last 2 weeks, Vinny. as to whether or not they should go. And the decision was made that if Rick's advisement by the defense attorneys was to not participate in the pre-sentencing investigation report, and for good reason, that the family would stand with him in solidarity and not accept the verdict by refusing to show up. It is unfair to watch this family, or to ask this family to watch this man be sentenced for crimes he did not commit in a trial that has to be redone.
So, Erica, tell me, why do you believe he did not commit this horrific double murder?
Oh, well, Vinny, we only have, 20 minutes to talk about it tonight. The Frank's memo. Frank's memo, which was not a concoction of the defense team. It was a highly and very thoroughly investigated extension of a report created by an FBI task force who developed that theory. And the man who authored that report died at the hands of an Odinist prison guard 5 days after he turned that report in.
Wait. Say that again?
Mm-hmm. To tell you, Vinny. Bob, back me on this. Am I lying?
No, she's talking about Greg Ferenczi, who was one of the three authors of the Odin report that Click, Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy all put together because they continued that line of investigation for years until Greg Ferenczi was killed, and that was in front of a federal building shortly after he turned in that document.
Explain this to how is he killed? So the man who was killed was working for the FBI or was part of the task force? Who exactly was he?
He was one of the three members of the task force tasked with investigating all of the tips related, and I mean all of the tips related to a particular group of individuals. And Greg authored the report. It was turned in, I believe, on May 2nd. And he, on May 7th, was sitting in an office inside the federal building in, I believe it was Indy or Terre Haute. And a Molotov cocktail was thrown through his office window. Greg vacated his office, ran outside in front of the federal building. And that is when he was shot in the head by a former prison guard who is very openly tied to Odinism.
So was that prison guard arrested and prosecuted for this?
Yes, and charged, convicted. Yes, sir, he was. And this is one of the many details about the Delphi case that the state does not want the world to know. They don't want the world to know that Todd Click has been charged with unrelated crimes, another member of that task force. They don't want to know about the number of people associated with this case who have died or been charged, myself included. They don't want the world to know.
Wait, you've been charged with something now?
The bloods, I got to be careful.
Right.
But the blood spatter expert who testified at the Delphi trial was at my home alone, inside my home, 2 days before he testified in the trial. And Bob can attest to that. There's so much y'all don't know, Vinny. There's so much. People are scared. And then to have Doug and Dick sit there today and disparage us for the work we've done and talk about the transparency that they claim occurred in a case where there was none, where the defense team wasn't even allowed to present a case. Let's go. I'm ready. I told you I was going to talk starting the day the gag order was lifted. Let's do this.
Bob, what are you... I'm trying to make some sense of all this. So it seems like there's a big backstory here to the whole Odinism angle. And I just want to clarify this, right? So there's a task force that's part of law enforcement. And there's some members of this task force who had a different theory. They did not believe Richard Allen wasn't even on the radar yet for anyone, but they believed that the murder of these two girls was connected to some sort of Odinistic group ritual killing. And what you're telling me is that one member of that group who authored that report is no longer alive. Another one's been arrested for something.
Right before trial. Unrelated to the case, but
is he law enforcement or is she law enforcement? Like the people on this task force, were they law enforcement officers?
Oh yeah, these were all longtime cops. These were all decorated. I mean, just Google Greg Ferenczi. You'll see immediately this guy was highly respected. All of these cops were longtime cops. And that's kind of what we've been saying about, this concept of Doug Carter getting up there and casting shade on the defense for doing their job. Number one, let's just understand that it's their job. And everything that was in that Frank's memo that people on the Richard Allen is guilty, they created this whole narrative thing, the defense did side. I don't know if they just don't realize that all of that came from the discovery tendered to the defense by the state. None of this was cooked up by the defense.
Right.
That exact report we're talking about was in the discovery. That report that we're talking about right now was in the discovery. So when they start talking to these cops, obviously Ferenczi wasn't there to talk to, but the defense called Click, deposed Click. They deposed Kevin Murphy or called Kevin Murphy. They were like, what is this all about? Does this thing have legs?
Wow.
I mean, everything that was in that Frank's memo.
Stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll discuss more of these explosive revelations next.
Do you think that the public perception of Richard Allen is not accurate?
I don't think it's accurate. Richard Allen's a murderer.
Okay, Richard Allen today was sentenced to 130 years in prison for the Delphi murders. But right now we're going over some explosive revelations that are being brought by a private investigator who's investigated this case for 2 years. She is with us, Erica Morse, along with Bob Mata, criminal defense attorney, host of Defense Diaries. I've got this information, and I just pulled this up. You're hitting me with this tonight, Erica, but I want the folks at home to hear this because this is a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office. A federal grand jury in Indianapolis returned an indictment today, and obviously this goes back in time to 2022, charging a Terre Haute man with the murder of a federal officer, attempted arson of federal property, and using a firearm during a crime of violence causing death. The charges against Shane Meehan, 45, stem from the July 7th, 2021 killing of Terre Haute police detective and FBI task force officer Gregory Ferenczi. Meehan was previously charged by a federal criminal complaint. According to court documents, on July 7th, Meehan drove his pickup truck to the gate of the FBI resident agency building in Terre Haute. Meehan exited his truck and threw a Molotov cocktail toward the building. Shortly thereafter, Terre Haute police detective and an FBI task force officer, Gregory Ferenczi, walked out of the building, just like you said, and was confronted by Meehan, who was holding a firearm. Meehan shot Ferenczi, who died of his injuries. Now, the U.S. attorney doesn't indicate anything about the investigation or the report connected to Odinism, but what you're saying is the report is handed in 5 days before this happened?
The report was turned in on the 2nd of May, and Greg was killed on the 7th.
Wow. Was any of this litigated, Bob? When was all these revelations coming out first, Erica? When were these pieces put together? And when did you understand oh my goodness, there might be something else going on here?
The first round of discovery and found the Odin report in that discovery, that's when everybody kind of pumped the brakes for a second and went, what the hell are we dealing with here? And
well, how do we know that Shane Meehan is does he claim to be an Odinist?
Yes, and he his employment is listed throughout the trial as a former prison guard in the DOC. And as you recall, we had a lot of problems with prison guards inside the DOC being Odinists. Oh gosh, I hope I'm here in 24 hours, Vinny. A lot of problems with allegations about Odinist prison guards, and some of those guys testified at trial. Again, there was a reason why cameras weren't allowed in that courtroom. There was a reason why pen and paper only were allowed. And as Andy Baldwin said, a couple of years ago, standing inside one of the courthouses, he said, it's time for journalists to be journalists. And we were begging you guys, while being stifled, silenced, threatened, retaliated against, gagged, to dig deeper and deeper, because we couldn't tell the world what was happening. But what we continued to do throughout the process is file motions and provide information that should have been allowed in at trial to be explored by a jury. And not only was it not allowed, but then today, a very extreme effort was made to shut down any attempt to let us talk about it. And listen, I'm all in at this point. An innocent man was just sentenced to 130 years in prison today. His wife has become one of my best friends. And I can't let this go. Rick Elan is an innocent man, and we can prove it.
All right, stay where you are. We're going to do an extra segment on this. We're going to take a short break right now, but Bob Motta, Erica Morse staying with us. Big night here. Richard Allen sentenced to 130 years, but now, is there more to the story? Will Betty German finally get some justice? We're bringing you the latest from
Court TV. Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with the
Baldwin, can you provide any comment?
Journalism. It's time for you guys to start being journalists.
That was the call from Richard Allen's attorney in the Delphi murder case. And we're in the midst of doing some of that right now on this program. Welcome back. Richard Allen, 130 years. He was sentenced today, presented no evidence, said nothing. They're going, banking on the appellate process in all of this. Erica Morse is with us, private investigator. Has worked this case for 2 years. Bob Motta knows this case inside out, has been covering it in defense diaries. Bob Motta's a great attorney. So the man who shoots and kills the author of the Odinism report and shoots and kills the FBI task force member, who's a Terre Haute detective, is now in a hospital, not competent to stand trial, apparently, for these federal charges. He's having mental issues. So I don't know what's going on there. Bob Motta, let me ask you a quick question. Quick answer. What can the defense team do with this information? And this, does this become anything that can be used to get a new trial?
Yeah, I mean, a bulk of it was contained in the Franks memo. I mean, that a huge amount of what we've been talking about was contained in the Franks memo.
It's larger than that. If you've got someone who's alleged to be a former Department of Corrections Odinist who shoots and kills the author of the guy who says the Odinists are responsible for the murder of Abby and Libby.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to make that connection. I don't know if that connection's been made. Certainly wasn't brought up by the defense in that context because they're worried about defending Richard Allen.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
So that connection, is that new evidence that could get you potentially a new trial?
If it has legs.
Okay. Erica Morse, does it have legs?
It has legs, and there's a lot of new information. You know, the one thing I really have to stress here is that this defense team a group of individuals assigned and then some others brought on by request, independently and collectively. You know, we keep hearing countless hours. Well, I did a little bit of very conservative math today, and I'd say on our end, conservatively, 22 to 25,000 hours as a team on this case. And we have done such thorough investigating. We took that 27-page Odin report and turned it into a 136-page Frank's memo. And there is a reason they fought to keep that out. And there is a reason why every time we tried to get it in, it was shut down quickly. We have conflicts of interest running amok in this case. We have very strange timelines that don't fit. For those who were in the courtroom today, there was the one thing that Brad did ask was that the record be corrected to reflect that Rick was not arrested on October 28th, that he was actually arrested on October 26th. And I can tell you that I've spent the last 2 weeks of my life going through every minute of October 26th through October 28th, and it has resulted in a lot of new information.
Okay. We're out of time for tonight, but obviously we will continue to follow up on this.
Okay, guys. So, one of the things that I wanted to look at with this case was Ron Logan. Now, Ron Logan he's not here no more. Ron Logan was the man who owned the property that the little girls were found on. And if I get any of this wrong, y'all let me know. I know several of you in here followed this case pretty closely. And Kelly, contaminated court case. What a mess. Absolutely. So the big thing that a lot of people know is Bridge Guy. We're going to look at Bridge Guy, the video that they have of Bridge Guy, because I want to show y'all something. All right. So let's look at this.
On the hill. Audio capture.
This is the down the hill guy. Okay. I looked at video. So in the trial, one of the things that they pointed out was the height of these men. Richard Allen is like 5 foot tall, flat. I mean, he's a short little feller. Ron Logan was like over 6 foot tall, I think. He was a whole lot taller than Richard Allen. And we have the video that one of the little girls took before she was unalived. It's called The Video of the Bridge Guy. And so we're going to watch this. This is just a couple minutes. But what I'm wanting you all to look at is we've got 2 clips here. We've got one of Bridge Guy, and then we've got one of Ron Logan walking in a different situation. And I want you guys to look at the way, at the what do they call it? When somebody walks, their gait. Look at the gait of this walk. Let me get back over here. Okay.
On Libby German's phone the day she and Abby Williams were murdered. Police believe it was the voice of their killer. We had never seen the full 43-second video until today. Thanks for inviting us in. It's now 11 o'clock. Jurors and people inside the courtroom seeing that footage for the first time as the trial of Richard Allen unfolds in Carroll County. Tonight, we want to take a closer look at the new evidence and new testimony about the man prosecutors have called the Bridge Guy. Jurors saw the entire recording today and then heard investigators talk about how they analyzed that crucial video and audio. This fuzzy moment of video circulated for years as investigators searched for a suspect, a man known as Bridge Guy, a man prosecutors now say is the accused, Richard Allen. Testimony revealed the recording was taken at 2:13 the afternoon the girls went for a walk. For some of it, the camera is pointed down, showing the Monon High Bridge. Our reporter in the courtroom, Bob Siegel, said he could hear a girl's voice saying there's no path at one point. He learned that voice is Libby's. An investigator said his examination detected a male voice saying down the hill. A state police forensic examiner explained how he enhanced the video, adjusting color, size, angle, and more to create a usable image for investigators. In fact, one of the women who was on the trail that day told jurors, "I immediately knew when I saw that photo, that was the man I saw on the bridge." She and two other women who say they saw Bridge Guy on the trails just before the murders testified Tuesday afternoon. All of them described Bridge Guy in much the same way: larger or taller, in his 20s or 30s, muscular, with a boyish or youthful appearance. And some said he had brown, poofy hair. But those descriptions do not match Richard Allen's, who is not tall or muscular and was in his mid-40s at the time of the murders. Also today, jurors saw 49 pieces of evidence investigators collected in the woods near the girls' bodies and during the autopsies. That included clothes and shoes, swabs of blood, Libby's cell phone, the bullet cartridge, fibers collected from girls' fingernails. This Delphi case also took our team covering it to Fort Wayne today. That's where our Emily Longnecker combed through thousands of pages of exhibits from both the prosecution and the defense, all from pretrial hearings back in July and August. One of the most notable exhibits was a letter reportedly from Richard Allen to the Indiana Department of Correction warden. It's dated March 5th, 2023, and requests an interview with the warden. The state says Allen wrote, "I am ready to officially confess for killing Abby and Libby. I hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry." Allen's defense team has pushed back on the alleged confessions Allen made while behind bars. His attorneys claim he made them under mental duress. Back in August, Judge Gull ruled the jury will be able to hear those confessions in court. And be sure to watch our Delphi Debrief show. It's over on WTHR Plus. This is an in-depth look at.
Okay, so I'm going to go back and we're going to look at these side by side here. Oh, that's not the right one. This one is right here. Okay.
Probation violation for a man who lives at a property where Delphi teens Libby German and Abby Williams were found dead now 7 weeks ago. And we want to stress tonight at 5 o'clock, what happened in court today is not related to those two murders. Instead, Ronald Logan pleaded guilty to being a habitual traffic violator.
Watch him walk.
He also admitted to violating his parole. He will face sentencing for both next Monday. Now, weeks ago, police searched Logan.
Did you all see how he had that gait and his shoulders kind of went like that? Look back at this other one. It's the shoulders. See, I think it looks a lot like. Let's get back over here to him.
Ronald Logan pleaded guilty to being a habitual traffic violator. He also admitted to violating his parole. He will face sentencing for both next Monday. Now, weeks ago, police searched Logan's house in.
Did y'all see that? Am I the only one who sees that? Because it's in his, however he walks. See if we can see better right here. See how he kind of, it's like he almost walks faster on his right leg and comes down on his left. See? Or opposite. I think it looks like he's walk myself. It's that walk. And it's like when he steps on his right foot, he hurries up and gets on his left. And when he does, it's almost a limp. But when he does, it does his shoulders like this, the way that he walks. And I mean, I just don't see how nobody else picked up on that over all these years.
He will face sentencing for both next Monday. Some weeks ago, police searched Logan's house and vehicles.
On his left. And then, I mean, I can see it plain as day when I watch it. See how he does?
That photo, that was the man I saw on the bridge.
Sorry, y'all.
Explained how he enhanced the hill. A state police forensic examiner explained how he enhanced the video, adjusting color, size, angle, and more to create a usable image for investigators. In fact, one of the women who was on the trail that day told jurors, "I immediately knew when I saw that photo, that was the man I."
And I think it's Ron Logan. I think it was Ron Logan. Let's see. Now, this is Ron Logan's interview.
Since police made this tragic discovery, the Delphi community has been coming to terms, I should say, with a painful reality. Eyewitness News reporter David McAnally went back to the scene of the crime today, where neighbors still don't understand how this could happen to two young girls. Dave?
As police continue a very methodical investigation here, going down every road in the search for clues, some folks who live near the crime scene, they fear that their road will never be the same. The crime scene Thursday, a place property owner Ron Logan knows well, but never thought he would know for something so tragic.
I can't really wrap my emotions around it yet. It's just so mind-boggling. I haven't really caught up. It hasn't caught up with me yet.
Up and down the hills, across that bank now circled with crime tape, his son grew up playing here.
Never in your wildest dreams do you think if he comes down here to play, he won't come back home.
He and his friends grieved for the victims, Liberty German and Abigail Williams, both 13.
That's why we come back. He goes, I want to show you what it looks like. You couldn't carry someone up and down these hills, or it's hard to walk by yourself.
We've been able to identify almost everybody else that's been on that trail, and this gentleman has not been identified, and we want to know what he saw, what he might have seen on the trail. Did he see somebody else that maybe some of the others didn't see?
The sheriff's department says the trail photos of a man released Wednesday have brought in about 200 tips, and they're checking every one of them, they say. Police want to talk to the man because he was on the trail about the same time as the victims.
I think they feel confident that we're going to get this guy or guys that were involved in this, and I think they're feeling confident that it's going to happen sooner than later.
Back at the crime scene, hoping for answers.
This place is never going to be the same. It'll never be the same, will it?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody will be. They'll be very vigilant now, from here on out when they come down here.
All right, that's David McAnally tonight in Delphi. Now, here's another look at the man police are so desperate to talk to. Again, they have not said he's a suspect or a person of interest. Instead, investigators believe that he is the only person they haven't identified who was in the area at that time. Now, if you were in the area that day or you know anything that could help solve this case, police do want to hear from you. They've set up a new tip line for information about the murders of Libby and Abby. All tips should be called into that number, and you can remain anonymous. You see it right there on your screen. The number is 8.
Okay. So, let's see what everybody else is saying. Sounds like everywhere needs Scooby-Doo and the gang. They always find the bad guy. Yeah. And it's usually the mayor. It's usually somebody that you least expect. Yes. Let's look at this. Butterfly kisses. Richard Allen was treated horribly. He went crazy. Who wouldn't? Absolutely. He went crazy. I also believe that. I think that the conditions that they kept him in created false confessions out of him. They didn't just hold him in a jail. Now, mind you, they thought this man had redrummed 2 little innocent girls. And whoever is guilty of that, they're going to have to face what they did one day. And it'll be a lot bigger consequence than any of us can give, for sure. But could you imagine being innocent? Could you imagine being them coming out and searching your home and picking things out of your house and saying, this is evidence, this is evidence, this is evidence, and ain't none of it evidence, ain't none of it really connected? Could you imagine being put? He's not even been held in like a jail. They took him before he was convicted. They took him and put him in a prison, a max security prison, where he was, they left the light, which all jails pretty much, you're not getting dark. They're not going to turn all the lights out. But I reckon they kept the lights on him all the time. They kept cameras on him all the time. They went above and beyond what they do for any other person that's being held. And remember, innocent until proven guilty is the premise, or that's at least what our justice system is supposed to be. A lot of times, as soon as, and I'm guilty of it. I am guilty of it, y'all. When they come out and they say so-and-so's been charged with this, well, you automatically kind of assume that they're guilty because they've just been charged. I think it's normal. I think that's a normal reaction for most of us, but we see it time and time again. Innocent people being convicted, innocent people being railroaded, innocent people being set up. Now, I don't know if anybody actually set him up or if he was just a victim of circumstance and bad timing. Butterfly kisses. Kelly, I agree with you. I am with you, Elizabeth. Richard Allen was short. The bridge guy and Richard Allen did not walk the same. I noticed that right off. And we have technology now, y'all, where there's no excuse for not being able to find out exactly how tall bridge guy was. They have software. They have the ability to do the math, and math don't lie. Math and science do not lie. Mama Duck, exactly. Putting him in that prison was a horrible thing to do. I believe it broke him. I do too. His mind was just so far gone. I could imagine being in a jail, being arrested and be put in the situation that he was put in. would you start questioning your own self if you had all these people treating you the way that he was treated, like he was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something, you know? He was really, really treated horrible. But could you imagine being in that position and being like, and having all these cops and prosecutors and all these people pointing the finger at you, telling you, you did this, we know you did this. Wouldn't you start questioning your own sanity and be like, man, did I do this? Well, I guess I did do it. I've had to have done it. I mean, I could see that kind of a situation happening, especially with somebody that's never been, I don't think Richard Allen had any criminal history whatsoever. So he sure wasn't. I would bet, if I was a betting woman, I would bet that he did not know how the criminal justice system works. I don't know if he would have known to not speak, or if he would have been feeling like I have several times, and you want to defend yourself. You know, sometimes it's really, really hard to keep your mouth shut when you want to fight back and you want to defend yourself. So I don't know if he would have known that. You know, they will try to trick you. They can lie to you. They can manipulate you to say anything. And that should really be, I can see how that wouldn't really get good results, you know, maybe not get such accurate results if you are making stuff up and lying and to try and get somebody to say, admit, confess. I could see how that tactic would maybe cause a false confession. I can see how a lot of the tactics, most of the time, it's because they just want to get out of that room. You know, they've been in there being questioned for hours and hours and hours. Maybe it's been a real aggressive questioning. They'll get in their face, just make them as uncomfortable as they possibly can. And what if you're an innocent person? It's really bad. We have a lot of innocent people who've been released from prison, but going with that too, that also means there's a whole lot of innocent people who are still in prison. To me, he looks like the bridge guy, the walk. I think it's him. It's like he has a hip out of joint. I'm telling you, that walk, it's his gait. And if I could see that in those two clips, why couldn't the investigators see that? And Ron Logan even made a comment they might find some of his DNA on the girls. I've heard that before. There's another guy that looks just like the bridge guy. And, you know, we were just listening to the updates about that other man being red-rummed, you know, after turning in the report. He was a task force officer. And there have just been so many crazy things come out in this case. So what do we look at? Let's see. We've got what went wrong. Explore the police missteps and judicial rulings that prevented third-party defense. So what that means is in his trial, when he was being tried, the judge made a ruling in the trial that his defense attorneys could not put forth the idea that somebody else had committed this crime. So his defense attorneys were not allowed to say Ron Logan. They weren't even allowed to pull these pictures up, these videos up, and say, we think it was Ron Logan. They weren't even allowed to do that. And how many years have they had zero leads on this case? It was like, what, 5 years or something it went before they ever found the tip that led them to Richard Allen. So they had some volunteers whenever the girls went missing that came in and took tips from the tip line and stuff like that. And whoever the volunteer was who had taken the interaction between Richard Allen and a park ranger officer there that he talked to and said, I was there that day. They misfiled that tip. And whenever they did that, the investigators and the detectives and stuff, I guess they weren't able to see it. So they weren't aware of that information when they were, doing their investigating. And so then they ended up, whenever they found it 5 years later, they went in and it was beeline, tunnel vision, in my opinion, right down Richard Allen, and how a jury, the jury was not given all of the facts. So if the jury's not given all the facts, I can see why they would come back and vote guilty. But all of us out here, we all see things that those jury members weren't able to see. And they had to judge the case on the facts that was presented at trial. They are stuck with those. Butterfly kisses. I always thought the owner of the land is the red rummer. That's Ron Logan. I have no doubt he probably sees those girls out there often and have been watching them and waiting to pounce on them. And something else, whenever Bridge Guy was walking across the bridge there, right before that, back up a little bit, right before that, the girls were coming across the bridge. And I heard them say on one of the stories that the girls had a hard time getting across the bridge because that's like a railroad bridge. It looks like it's got railroad ties. And that bridge is really, really, really high up in the air. And so you have to step, I reckon, on that bridge. And it takes you a little while, to be careful and to make it across it. If you was afraid of heights, I think you would be in trouble. But Ron Logan, his property being right there, it looks to me, in one of those news articles that I had watched, or the news report that I had watched, it said that the girls, they weren't as fast getting across that bridge. But then once that one of them had turned around and they could see him way far back because they had video that they didn't release. And so they could see him way far back. And they said in the video that they didn't release, the girls had noticed him. And so they get across the bridge to try and get away from him. And when they turn around, once they get on the opposite side of the bridge, he's right there. So that means that he was moving faster than they were. He was moving across the bridge faster than they were. He knew the bridge. Whoever Bridge Guy was, had to have known that bridge. He knew his steps. He knew how to get across it quickly. And especially if you've done it before, right? I'm sure the girls have been there before too, but if his property's right there, I'd say he'd probably have a little bit more experience getting across that bridge faster than somebody who had never been on it before or who hadn't been on it as much, right? So he was familiar, at least. He was familiar with that bridge, and he was familiar with walking across it. If it would be somebody like me, it would take me forever to get across it because I'd be a nervous wreck, afraid I'd fall or something. So I think that's a good point to point out. Let's see. Robert, if you ain't never walked in shackles going to court, you only have 2 feet of chain on your feet. Yeah, I know. I don't think he was shackled, but he could have been. Butterfly kisses. I picked up on it. I agree. Linda Mon, am I the only one that thinks 130 years is stupid? Few people live to be 100. Just give them life. Yeah. Isn't he the one who wrote a confession, but police ignored it? Yes. So there has been a new development here on the case that, let me get back over here, that Ron Logan had confessed to this case, to the crime. Let's see, we need to watch that too. Thank you for bringing that up. Did Ron Logan confess? See, Delphi investigation. Well, we can watch this one too. This is Ron, ex-girlfriend.
Now live. Connie, thank you so much for joining me as a guest tonight. I want to go back to the comment that you made that as soon as you saw the video and heard about Bridge Guy, you knew it was Ron Logan. Tell me why.
I know the way he walks. I just had an intuition, when I heard, that they were murdered. It's just, he probably did. It don't go away, no matter how long ago it was. I had a very volatile relationship with him. It's hard to get away from him. He talked to me, and he was very aggressive and abusive and manipulative, and it's not something I really want to relive, but I just know his nature. I know his property. It's just I'm just going with my gut feelings, just the kind of person he is. He manipulated a lot of people. He manipulated my family, and it was hard to get away from him. And it's really hard.
Can I ask you, did he ever have any interest in young girls? Did he show any predilection towards young girls when you were his girlfriend?
Yes. He sold a horse to a girl that didn't live too far from there, and she was 13 actually. And he was touchy with her, and she'd bring her horse, ride her horse over and stuff. And I just thought that was inappropriate. But I think I know we've gotten fights over that. It's like, oh, I ain't hurt nothing. I'm just trying to help her out. And I don't know. It just didn't feel right with me.
And what about telling the police about all of this? Like when you saw the video, heard about Bridge Guy, got that sinking feeling that
I stopped that for just a second. What Mama Duck said earlier, the wives know, or the partner, the spouse. If you're a woman, you have what's called intuition, and you have a gut, and you need to listen to it. And you know what your old man is doing. I mean, you can see it, especially like what she's talking about. She knew what type of person this man was. And she said it was hard for her to get away from him. But she apparently did it. But I just wanted to point that out. That was kind of what Mama Duck was talking about earlier.
That bridge guy was your ex-boyfriend, Ron Logan. Did you tell the police?
I did. I called in. I called in 3 or 4 times, actually. I called in before I even seen the picture that's showing right now. And I know the way he walks, and I know he's built, and to me, that it looked exactly like him.
I thought so.
I mean, even when I seen the voice, it sounded just like him.
What was the reaction from the police? How did they receive your information?
Actually, when I called in the tip line, I didn't get a call back. So I reached out to our local sheriff's department, and actually, they came here. They heard my story, and they were in touch with the Indiana State Police. The Indiana State Police asked them to bring me in if I didn't have a ride. I told them that I could take myself there, and I did. I met with them that very same day, and that was actually March 3rd. It was on a Friday. And then on March 6th is when they brought him in and questioned him. And actually, before they even did probation violation, it was an obstruction of justice is what they had brought him in on. And it was because he's a felon and he had guns. So I think that's what you need to know that too.
So he was a felon and he had pew-pews, and the cops knew that and didn't do nothing. She went and told him, which granted, I will say this, whenever something bad happens, like somebody goes missing or whatever, they usually put out like a tip line or a tip number or Crime Stoppers or whatever. So they will end up having an influx of calls. So the real tips, the real good information, the good tips may get lost in all the bad ones that are coming in. But this situation, Ron Logan owned the property that he took the girls, to. She said that she called immediately. They obviously were all aware of it because she just said that the state police said for the locals to bring her to them if she didn't have a ride. So they were aware of this. And it seems to me like some tips would be a little bit more credible than others. So of course they're going to check out all the tips, but you would think that they would check out the ones that made most sense, the most possible tip. But regardless, they had her giving them this tip, giving them this information. They were able to also do search warrants. They were able to investigate this case. It was their job. I get so tired of people fussing at us for criticizing these kinds of investigations when they were incompetently pursued. Who gets held accountable when an entire department drops the ball? Who's going to pay for Richard Allen, for all that he's been through. If it comes out and they finally realize that Ron Logan is the guilty party and they have an innocent man that has been subjected to the kinds of conditions that he's been subjected to for as long as what he's been subjected to, and he's been innocent, oh my gosh, that's just the worst travesty of all. And Ron Logan has passed away, y'all. He passed away right after all this happened. So he's not going to be punished on earth. But everybody wants their pound of flesh, you know. The investigators want somebody to be punished. Or, well, maybe not the investigators, but law enforcement want to hold somebody accountable. They want to hold someone hold them accountable, but they also want to punish somebody. They want consequences. But if he's the innocent person, then you got to let that go. It's like admitting that you're wrong. A lot of law enforcement will not admit that they are wrong. They just dig their heels in and go 110 miles an hour faster. Well, that's not the kind of attitude we need or characteristics that we need in law enforcement. You got to be able to have an open mind. You got to be able to follow the evidence, not get tunnel vision, and, go where the evidence leads you, not try and make a case fit.
One other question for you. This inmate says that Ron Logan confessed to him while they were jailed together. You know Ron Logan before he died. Is he the kind of person that would have confessed something this terrible to a fellow inmate, both incarcerated together?
I think, once you're off of alcohol, you dry out a little bit, you can get a guilty. He needed somebody to talk to. I think probably even broke from that, and maybe he trusted that guy. He wasn't going to be out of prison for quite a while. So, what did he have to lose? He's 7 years old. He was bragging. Even the scenes and stuff where he took news media too. I think he was showing him exactly what he did. Where it happened. It's eerie to me. I think it's eerie to everybody, just the way he explained it. It's calm and cool.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
Yep. He was just calm, cool, and collected. Let's look at this one. This is one.
And still distraught over the loss of two of their own.
In fact, our Eyewitness News reporter Emily Longnecker tonight continues our team coverage in Delphi with how people there continue to cope with the loss of Abby and Libby. Emily?
John and Andrea, people here in Delphi are cautious tonight about saying too much of anything. Many of them knew these two young girls and they know their families, and they are just finding it still very difficult to talk about what happened. On the outskirts of town, though, where police found the two teens' bodies, people are talking, sharing their disbelief and anger. Against the beauty of the sunshine and bright blue skies Wednesday, it was still hard for Ron Logan to believe the violence visited upon two young teens just out for a hike on a day off from school.
Who would have thought they'd let their children out to do something special that day, take a trip down, and then turn out with a disaster like this?
For 53 years, Logan's lived on the country road near the trail that leads to the Monon High Bridge.
People walk up and down it with their children, and yeah, it's quite a nice little trail, and the bridge is real.
Never, though, has Logan seen anything like what he has this week, the search for an eventual discovery of the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams.
The area that they were in is very hard to get to. you can't get there unless you walk there. I mean, so somebody would be walking with them or something.
Those are the same kind of thoughts Marvin Sandifer keeps mulling over. His daughter used to hike the same trail.
She said, I've seen a couple scruffy looking guys back in there, but, you know, they never bothered me. They went on their way.
Sandifer is anxious for investigators to identify a suspect.
I'm not really scared. I'm just worried that it would happen again.
That's why he hopes someone knows or saw something on that trail Monday and can lead investigators down the right path soon.
I hope they catch him tonight, and I hope they make him pay.
And with the release tonight of the picture of that unknown man seen walking on the trail Monday afternoon, people here are hoping investigators are that much closer to discovering who is responsible for taking these two young lives. John, Andrea.
All right. Thank you. Emily Longnecker in Delphi tonight.
Okay.
Jurors in Richard Allen's double murder trial here testify.
There we go. All right. It took me a minute to find it. So there is an interview that has come out, and it's with Ron Logan's cellmate. And he's the one who has said that Ron Logan confessed. And so we're going to watch that. Okay, let's see. All right, this one. And it blows me away. But I'm so thankful that this happened, that this guy has come forward. Because think about it. If he hadn't come forward, I mean, they're absolutely not going to give him a new trial unless there is a way, a good reason for it. I think it's this one. Okay.
Delphi murders case. Attorneys for convicted killer Richard Allen have filed new motions to try and clear their client's name. A jury convicted Allen in November of killing Abby Williams and Libby German in 2017. Now, the motion of errors filed today questions the timeline for these murders, with new video placing the white van that spooked Richard Allen before the murders at the crime scene 15 minutes after the murders. Now, attorneys also claim that Allen's Sixth Amendment rights were violated when his attorneys weren't present at an initial hearing in 2022. And the defense is also disputing evidence from Libby's cell phone after testimony claimed the state found someone was plugged into Libby's phone after the murder and that they didn't bring it to jurors. But the biggest bombshell revealed this morning, another jailhouse confession for somebody who attorneys claim was a prime suspect from the very start.
And Dan, all of that really revolves around Ron Logan, the man who owns the property where the girls' bodies were found. And this evening, Fox 59's Max Lewis breaks down what was allegedly said inside of that jail cell in 2017.
Hang on. Let me back this up, y'all. Look how he walks right here. It shows his gait. He walks, he has that same kind of limp that Bridge guy did. Watch.
Were found. And this evening, Fox 59's Max Lewis breaks down what was allegedly said inside of that jail cell in 2017.
That's exactly like
the defense called it newly discovered evidence that is so significant and entitles Richard Allen to a new trial. It's a confession to the killings of Abby Williams and Libby German made by Ron Logan, who owned the property where the girls' bodies were found. The confession apparently took place inside the Newcastle Correctional Facility, where Logan was serving his sentence for a probation violation. It's there that he got to talking with another inmate in his cell block, Ricky Davis. In a letter signed by Davis in June 2017, he recounted Logan's confession, writing, quote, "He told me he was the one who killed those girls, that it got out of hand. He walked with them in the woods to his property. The girls wanted to turn back and said something about calling the police." Logan apparently went on to say that he, quote, "grabbed the youngest girl to reassure her it was okay. However, they panicked and he also panicked." Logan indicated he ended up cutting the oldest with a box cutter. He went on telling me that he killed both of them because it was taken too far. At the time of that supposed confession, the fact that the girls' throats had been slit and that a box cutter was the likely murder weapon were not public knowledge. In fact, it wasn't until the trial late last year that the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsies testified that a box cutter was the likely murder weapon.
Now, looking back, they're able to say, well, with that box cutter information, that opened the door. Once they put box cutter and they had a suspect who confessed to using a box cutter, we definitely should have been able to get into at least this other suspect.
However, Judge Fran Gull ruled that the defense team could not put forward any theories about other potential suspects. In the early days of the Delphi investigation, Logan was a prime suspect, so much so that the FBI was able to secure a search warrant for his home. It's unclear if they ever found anything connecting him to the murders, but Allen's attorneys say that confession and the details in it exculpates Mr. Allen and would probably produce a different result at a retrial. Logan died of COVID back in 2022. Okay. The prosecution has yet to respond to these claims or any of the others made in these filings. Our legal expert told us that right now it is too soon to tell how or even if this will affect Richard Allen's conviction for the murders. In the newsroom, I'm Max Lewis, Fox.
Just to also comment on something else too. Kate says several people were there during the timeline that didn't hurt those girls. Ron is the one that lied about it. He lied about several things. I remember watching an interview that they did, or it might have just been a story on it, but they said that he lied about where he was during that time frame. He lied about where he went and who was with him and all that kind of good stuff. Let me see if I can find that real quick. There was a whole lot of things that he lied about. Let's see. Ron Logan lied about where he was. He tried to convince someone else to lie for him. Lawyer Lee. Let's see. She's pretty cool, Lawyer Lee. I don't know if we can watch her stuff. I think we can. But let's see. Let's see. Any of you all watch Lawyer Lee? Says, she's got a thing on here that says Richard Allen is accused of redrumming two teenage or young teens, Abby and Libby, who were doing nothing other than going for a walk on an unseasonably warm February day. In 2017, he claims he is being framed by Odinists, who are also his prison guards. His lawyers argue that Libby and Abby were unalived in a ritualistic redrum, and Nordic runes were painted in red stuff on trees or arranged on the bodies of the girls. In this episode of her show, they look at the lies, alibis, and the FBI's affidavit of probable cause for Ron Logan. Richard Allen wants to name Logan and others as third-party culprits who might have been guilty or who might have, let's see. She's got this affidavit here. Let's see. Okay. I don't know if Mom's coming with us or not. I think she's called me a couple times. Let me see what she's saying. Oh, she'll be on later, she said. Okay, this is Lawyer Lee. Let's see what she says about the
property
paperwork
that was obtained by the Murder Sheet podcast. You may remember that we had the Murder Sheet podcast creators on our show a few weeks ago. Anya and Kevin, a few weeks. It would have been a few months ago. But in any event, this is a document that they were able to get hold of. That's the probable cause affidavit filed by an FBI agent named Nicole Robertson. And in this, she says, and let's go ahead. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, I think. So I've got a better shot of reading it. Nicole Robertson swears or affirms that she believes and has good cause to believe evidence of a homicide is located in the residence of Ronald Logan, located in Delphi, Indiana, situated in the county of Carroll, and then asked to be able to look in the dwelling, the detached garage, outbuildings, and a white Ford F-250 truck that he drove. So that's what she's saying. And notice specifically those words, good cause to believe evidence of a homicide might be there. Now, this is pretty far and distant from a jury decision that a person actually is guilty of a crime. This is just good cause to believe there might be evidence there. Nonetheless, it's extremely important because what it says is that an FBI agent, and she says in the next sentence below this that she's been one for 12 years, she is concerned enough that she believes she can swear and affirm, she actually states it under oath, that she has good cause to believe there might be evidence there. So it's a strong finding by a credible source. So let's take a look at, I want to go through this and kind of take a look at what the FBI thought made Ron Logan look suspicious. And then we'll analyze it based on sort of what happened after that. So we do know already from the timeline that we've been going through and that we began that Libby and Abby were dropped off to go for a walk in a local park. They were going to be just spending, it was a day off school. They were going to go for a walk in the park and they didn't show up. When a family member was supposed to pick them up, they were gone. They were to be picked up by a family member at 3 p.m. and the victims never met with the family member. Approximately 5:30 p.m. was the last successful ping of the cellular phone by AT&T. And then they were located deceased the next day on Ron Logan's property.
Okay, I'm going to stop it and see if she's got the document down here in her description. Says this channel was formerly known as the Harvard Lawyer Lee channel. That's cool. Preload exhibits and video, and it works for meetings as well as YouTube live streams. Oh, that's her StreamYard. I was looking to see if that document was anywhere, but I don't see it in her description.
Now, he had quite a large property and it was very sloped. So it wasn't as if they were directly behind his house, but nonetheless, it was right on his property. It was also discovered that and it's redacted, one of the victims was missing from the crime scene while the rest of their clothing was recovered. It also appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged. Based upon my training and experience, it is common for perpetrators of this type of crime to take a souvenir or in some fashion memorialize the crime scene. And I'll go ahead and skip the rest of that. So one of the things she's saying is, in this affidavit, is that there was a piece of clothing missing, but even more important, notice the words that it appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged. That is super important in this case, because one of the things that Richard Allen wants to argue is that this wasn't a crime he committed. This was a crime committed by a group of pagan worshipers in a religion called Odinism.
Mom, I'm going to stop at real quick, and I'm going to take Bella out. If you want to jump in there, Annie, you can, but I'm going to let everybody listen to this for a second, okay?
Okay.
It was highly staged, that there were sticks placed on their bodies in the form of runes, that a rune was written on a tree nearby in blood, that there were things that made this a ritualistic, intentional sort of scene, far different from just a guy who killed two people. And so the fact that the FBI agent herself said she believed the girls' bodies were moved and staged is going to be important. It's going to be important in appeal, because we know that the judge is not going to allow this evidence in. She's already ruled that. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators located unknown fibers and unidentified hairs, which may later be used for comparison of similar fibers of hairs. That's great news, because it means that there's the potential for some DNA evidence, which would really shed light on all of this. And it could be that they have Richard Allen's DNA at the scene. We will find that out at trial. Logan, meaning Ron Logan, owns numerous weapons, including handguns and knives that were observed by LEOs during law enforcement officers during the execution of a search warrant that took place at his home on March 6, 2017. So this, and they were talking about a prior search that was done in connection with a probation violation. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But when they finding, of course, handguns and knives, that's not necessarily a critical point. I mean, most people have knives in their homes, and certainly, handguns may be more or less common in certain areas of the country. On February 14th, 2017, at approximately 9:20 a.m., Logan contacted his cousin. Logan, and they redacted the name. Logan asked cousin to tell the police that cousin came to Logan's home between 2 and 2:30 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, to pick Logan up. Logan further told cousin to say that cousin drove Logan to an aquarium store in Lafayette, Indiana. Logan told cousin to say they returned home to Logan's house between 5 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Now, law enforcement is going to say those facts that you see right there, fake. Those are not real facts. Logan was trying to get someone to create an alibi for him that he didn't have. He didn't have anything to prove that he wasn't there at and around the time of the murder, so he was trying to create it. And as you can imagine, that is of grave concern to them. A receipt from Aquarium World in Lafayette dated February 13th with a checkout time of 5:21 p.m. was found in Logan's home on March 6, 2017, during a probation violation search. Logan resides approximately 22 miles from the store. It would take approximately 30 minutes to get to the store from Logan's home. So when you think back, kind of do the timeline, if he checks out at 5:21, you figure he was in the store 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and 30 minutes to get there. So he probably left somewhere 4:30, 4:45, could have even been earlier than that, depending on how long it took him to buy what he needed. On March 6, 2017, during an interview with a law enforcement officer, Logan said he was picked up by cousin around 3 p.m. and taken straight to the aquarium store in Lafayette. In the March 6, 2017 interview, Logan said after he was done at the aquarium store, he was driven straight home. These statements were found to be factually false and intentionally designed to deceive LEOs. Obviously, that is going to bother them immensely, intentionally designed to deceive them, making up an alibi, creating facts, getting someone to lie for him. All of these things make him look very suspicious to law enforcement. On March 7, 2017, Blank was interviewed by a law enforcement officer. Blank told the law enforcement officer that he was with Logan. I think this would still be the cousin on Monday, and that he drove Logan to the aquarium store in Lafayette. On March 9th, he was interviewed by another LEO regarding the trip to the aquarium. Redacted told the law enforcement officer that he had lied when he was interviewed by the law enforcement officer on March 7th, 2017, at Logan's request. This is obviously very serious. It's absolutely no wonder that immediate suspicion landed on Ron Logan. Remember, the bodies were found in his backyard. Explained that Logan had never asked Redacted to lie for him in the past. Redacted knows that Logan has driven his vehicle while on probation, is prohibited from doing so. Cousin also said that Logan did not ask him to lie for Logan when Logan drove to the transfer station earlier in the day. And don't worry, I'm gonna sort of do a timeline for you so you can kind of follow along with the exact timing that they've done. So I'll pull out our timeline and we'll look at Logan specifically and how he fits into this. So, but what's clearly being said by the witness is that he was asked to lie and to give an alibi to someone who didn't really have one. On March 12th, 2017, Redacted explained in an interview to a law enforcement officer that Logan called him on the morning of February 14th. Very critically important. This is before the bodies were found. They were found just after noon. And asked him to provide the alibi for Logan's drive to the aquarium in Lafayette. This phone call was made prior to law enforcement officers' discovery of Libby and Abby's deceased bodies. Based on investigators' experience, it's reasonable to believe that the creation of an alibi prior to the discovery of a crime indicates culpability or knowledge of the crime. They're saying, why did he? Yes, people were searching for the girls. When he got home from buying something at the aquarium on the 13th, he said that people asked to go in his backyard and search, and he told them, sure, they could go back there and look. So he knew that the girls were missing, but he had no reason to believe that they were dead, and he had no reason to believe he personally needed an alibi because their bodies had not been discovered yet. So you can see where law enforcement is going to be highly suspicious and why. Redacted said he thought the photograph of the male that was released by the media of the man on the bridge looked like Logan. And let me go ahead and show you.
Okay. So we'll stop sharing her now because if anybody wants to go and finish watching hers, it looks like she's put together a huge series on Richard Allen in that case. We have one of our support with Steffa. If you want to send me an email to the hillbillycrime@gmail.com, I'll send you the link and you can share with us. We've got Zelmy here. We can only do one person at a time, though. How was your day, Mom?
I have been very well today. I've watched movies today.
You've watched movies? Well, what all did you watch?
Well, I'm watching a series, and I sort of forget the name of it right now. It's on Prime Video.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
I'll tell you what it is in just a minute. I'll go look and see.
Okay. Well, we were looking at the Richard Allen case. And we were looking at Ron Logan versus Bridge Guy, comparing their appearances, their height discrepancies, and why police overlooked this. And listen, we can all have differences of opinion, okay? Where I think it looks like Ron Logan and Bridge Guy's walks are are the same. My opinion is my opinion. Yours is yours. If you feel differently, if you think that Richard Allen is guilty, that's perfectly okay too. You can have your opinion and we can still agree to disagree and still love each other.
That's right.
That's right.
How do I put a message up there? Well, I'll just tell you, it's The Good Wife.
The Good Wife. Yeah,
And
that's
it is really good.
well,
It's a whodunit. You know what I'm saying? And it's a series, so I might get to watch all night again tonight.
Are you doing binge watching, Mommy? Awesome. It's easy to do. It is easy to do.
When you get on the one you like, you just want to keep going, particularly they're, I don't know. I guess maybe they're 40, 45 minutes long each show, and you get a new bunch of people. I mean, you get the same people, but a new story in the next one. Oh, let me put that down so that we don't make people dizzy.
Yes, thank you. Let's see.
The Good Wife, it's called.
The Good Wife. Well, thank you for that tip on a good show. Mommy likes it. With the Richard Allen case, there's a potential wrongful conviction there because Richard Allen has been found guilty. He's been given like 130 years or something. And they don't just give new trials. They have to find something wrong in the trial and to overturn it, which I think there have been several things that the judge has ruled on that may come back with an appeal. So hopefully we'll get to see another trial for Richard Allen, in my opinion. Let's see. Cruel and unusual punishment. Debate if what Allen has endured violates his rights. Before you're found guilty. Well, he's been found guilty now. He's been convicted. So I'm sure well, I don't know. I was getting ready to say I'm sure he's probably treated better now that he would go in. He'll get classified, and they will send him to whatever prison that he will go to. I'm not sure how they do it outside in Indiana, but he's been held in a prison this whole time before he was convicted, and he was held in very harsh conditions. Like they held him in more isolation and probably for his safety, but also I think it was to punish him personally, because you sure don't see people get held like he was normally. I mean, his was kind of like a special case. Butterfly Kisses says, "Hi, sweet tater. Glad you joined us. Always good to see your lovely face."
Well, thank you.
Hi, sweet tater. Tell Mom to fix her fan.
I turned it down.
You did. Yeah, that was before you did it.
Oh, okay.
Kate says there is a whole lot on this case. Not everyone will have the same viewpoint. Absolutely. And we're all entitled to our own. Y'all hit that like button and subscribe. It's free. Everybody loves free. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on in. About an hour behind schedule. But we're going to move to the Karen Reed retrial and the Turtle Boy fallout. Let me get rid of all this Ron Logan stuff. And we'll get Karen Reed's case up here. So Karen Reed was the girlfriend of a Boston, Massachusetts police officer. Let's see. Let me see. About dropped my Okay, so here's a good timeline of events. Okay, let's listen to this. This will give us a good timeline of events for that case, and we can see what happened.
Big break in the case of a Boston police officer found dying in the snow during the blizzard. John O'Keefe was found dead outside of a home in Canton over the weekend.
And the big shocker, his girlfriend from Mansfield now charged with manslaughter.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
That's what the prosecution alleges Karen Reed told a friend after dropping John O'Keefe off at a home on Fairview Road in Canton, where he was later found in the snow. The courtroom was filled with Boston police officers and the families of both Reed and O'Keefe, who listened as the assistant Norfolk district attorney laid out this timeline. He said the two were going out drinking at a couple of bars on Friday night before deciding to go to that home on Fairview Road. Reed dropped O'Keefe off there early Saturday morning, did a 3-point turn, and left to go home. While home, Reed's lawyer says she tried getting a hold of O'Keefe.
At 4:30 in the morning, my client is placing multiple calls to the victim in this case, to her boyfriend, wondering where he is, why he hasn't come home.
When she couldn't get in touch, she went back to Fairview Road to see if he was there.
At the time, it was snowing heavily, creating poor visibility.
O'Keefe was found around 6 Saturday morning and later pronounced dead at a hospital.
She discovered the victim in the morning. She observed him lying face up, snow on his legs, eyes swollen and blood coming from his nose and mouth.
Prosecutors say red pieces of plastic that matched the missing pieces from the broken taillight on Reed's car were also found at the scene, while the defense argued manslaughter charges are not justified.
There was no criminal intent. This was not some random stranger. This was my client's boyfriend, somebody with whom she was in love.
We were happy, having fun, laughing, just very normal.
Her attorneys argued that evidence being withheld from them will show that the people inside the home are responsible.
Instead of finally investigating the people who had a motive to kill John O'Keefe, who beat him and left him to die in the cold in a blizzard, the prosecution has chosen instead to dig their heels in. This will not end well for them.
The attorneys have filed motions to get the phone records of homeowner Brian Albert and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe.
Why did Jennifer McCabe Google search how long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning, 3.5 hours before she would have any reason to believe that John O'Keefe was dying in the cold in front of Brian Albert's house?
The defense argues Albert, who has a history of fighting, attacked O'Keefe along with his 90-pound German Shepherd. The Commonwealth argues witnesses, forensics, and every piece of evidence to this point prove Reed hit O'Keefe with her car.
I'm just a little confused as far as are they in the conspiracy, or are these people sort of let out of the conspiracy because they say something that doesn't further that conspiracy? If they're all in the house, and Mr. O'Keefe comes in the house and gets attacked by a dog and then gets dragged out to the bottom of the lawn and left there for dead, then why do they all testify that no one came into the house?
What Reed's lawyers were claiming in court today is that there is corruption in this case that might include Judge Condone. Alan Jackson, Reed's attorney, pulled out a text message that he says Boston Police Detective Sean McCabe sent to a reporter claiming that McCabe had ties to the judge. Reed's defense requested the judge to step down. She denied that motion and any ties to anyone in this case.
I've never interacted with him, and I certainly never have socialized with him.
If you look behind me, you can actually see the barricades set up right now surrounding the courthouse. It's all because of the protests that we've seen in the weeks leading up to this trial. Reed is accused of backing her SUV into her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and leaving him to die in a 2022 snowstorm. Reed pleaded not guilty to the second-degree murder charge. Her attorneys claim she's being framed as part of a cover-up. The case has drawn a lot of attention, especially from supporters of Reed. That's why state prosecutors have put restrictions in place like that buffer zone that I mentioned. Some argue it's against their First Amendment rights.
Commonwealth is calling it a buffer zone, but they might as well call it a restraining order against the citizens of Massachusetts.
I think she's very unjustly been treated by the state of Massachusetts.
Karen Reed could be any one of us. Thank God she has the money and the means to fight this.
But if it was us, one of everyday person, we'd be in jail by now, and you wouldn't even know about this.
What has this process been like for your family?
It's been hell. It's been 26, 27 months of hell.
She said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down.
Just something like, he's dead.
All I recall her saying was, is he alive?
Cross-examination of firefighter Flamati was contentious, as the defense asked him where he was in a video, why his claims weren't in a report, and what he said at the hospital.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
Boston police officer John O'Keefe's family emotional in court today as the 911 call from the morning he died was played.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Reed's attorneys who allege a cover-up also questioning why inside the home wasn't searched thoroughly that morning.
Nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found.
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
ATF agent Brian Higgins, who had an office at the Canton police station, taking the stand in the Karen Reed murder trial.
Defendant responded, "You're hot." I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?" Defendant responded, "No, I'm serious."
Prosecutors showing pages of flirty texts between the two. The same month, Reed's boyfriend, John O'Keefe, was found dead at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me.
On cross-examination, Reed's attorney pointing out she didn't answer Higgins' text at the bar hours before O'Keefe died.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver? So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
They all did.
I had every right to do that.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
They were so aggressive in that trial. What we just watched there came from the first trial. They're just now getting into a lot of the hearings for the second trial, I think, unless somebody knows anything different. I also wanted to look at Proctor's testimony. Karen Reed trial. Because I'm telling you, this just does not, I mean, it's just unbelievable. It really is. Let's see. Michael Proctor. Let's see if this one.
Julie Albert and Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
This is Trooper Michael Proctor. He's the detective. He was like the lead detective of Karen Reed's case. And I'm pretty sure that I saw he was the lead detective on some other cases that we've been following. But let me confirm that before I say that. Go there.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, Over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they had never been to my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house over the course of maybe 10 years.
And what they're talking about here is his relationship, this lead detective's relationship with all of the people that were inside the house where John O'Keefe's body was found. So he was friends with all of those people. Very, very, very close friends for years and years and years. Family friends, if you will.
I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to this?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Mechanic, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Mechanic or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically, or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Come direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details.
Let's do a poll, y'all. Type 1 in the chat if you think she is guilty, Karen Reed. Type 2 in the chat if you think she's innocent.
I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
Do you see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No.
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, On the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean? Let me approach.
Sure.
All right.
Yes, you mind stepping in the coupon? Still on the oath?
Yes, sir. Proceed, John.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
What does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
That's interesting. Did you all catch that? They said, did he get beat up? So kind of like that was a normal occurrence. Remember, with alcohol, these people drank a lot. With alcohol, fights tend to happen. Bad fights too. Around here, if any of you all live around here and you remember the fight with Marty Baker, who was our coroner, our former coroner, and he whooped this little old boy. And I mean, his face, I actually did a video on it that's in our videos, but his face was just like unrecognizable whenever that fight, and that was alcohol. And so it wouldn't surprise me. John O'Keefe.
Now turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I didn't want to speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No,
as
just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. If the reading
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a HTML link, whiteout /Proctor iCloud /group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29th, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nut bag, as chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to, sir?
Again, to misread some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, we've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud era of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similar to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney. Correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "Oh, just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 p.m. on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "In the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?" She responded, "Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth?" ? I respond, "She's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded, "Yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop."
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you had received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
How would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And another document, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is that?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
May I approach the retriever?
Yes. So Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to just stop that for a second, and I want to point this comment out. Christy says, Proctor's text messages are so revealing about his character, but so scammy. Ugh. Yeah. You know that people who work with him know what his true character. And so that was kind of like what me and Mom were talking about before, about them maybe having some kind of a personality test or some kind of a psychological exam before they get hired. Like, that's a serious position to be the lead detective in a redrum case or a death investigation or whatever. That's like major responsibility. And I feel like we just stick any of these jokers in there as long as they go to a class, as long as they go to a training and they get a certification. I tell you, I was never so disappointed when I went to college for my bachelor's degree that these professors at which I love my school, you know, but I worked really hard to get A's. I worked really hard to be on the president's list and the dean's list. I worked very hard for that. And every single one of them professors that I had, just about it, they always made the comment, I mean, each one of them I have heard make the comment at some point in time when I had them that it doesn't matter. You don't have to kill yourself to get those A's. All you got to do is just pass. Nobody cares. And so a lot of the people who were already in law enforcement that was in my classes, a lot of them, that's kind of how they did. Like, they weren't all trying to get A's and do the best and learn the most stuff. It was just passing. It was just do the bare minimum just to get by. And they really just didn't care. Now, this was just my experience, okay? I'm not saying everybody in the world, everybody goes to school. I ain't saying that. It was just my experience. And we had several people that was there getting their bachelor's degree. But I just thought that was very telling that the professors they didn't care if you got straight A's, just pass. As long as you pass, but they were actually right. Once you get out in the real world, they don't care how many A's you got. None of these employers care. So they were actually right. They were actually right. But, that's the problem now. We've got all these people that are in these positions that didn't pay attention in school, and they show this poor character. It just blows me away that somebody like this was given so much power, so much authority. I mean, he drove the investigation. And if it wouldn't have been for her having enough money to hire these lawyers, if she would have been one of us and just had a public defender, imagine, none of this would have come out. None of it. I guarantee you. It's only because she had such a good lawyer. They don't care about nobody that can't pay. You ain't got no money, they don't give a damn. That just makes me so upset. I will sit here through all this dead air.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
You went on the document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information have you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and we conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we golf together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. Even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth.
See, now he's trying to make his jobs and his responsibilities be so important, make him sound real professional. After he just sounded very unprofessional.
So that's what he meant by saying rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Buchanan not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
It wasn't that I was negligent in my duties, in performing my duties. This guy I don't even like the way he looks. I don't. Could you imagine him imagine him in his uniform. I bet he's great big old tall guy. So I bet he towers over you. And could you imagine the kind of person he is?
May I approach him?
Yes.
He probably ain't doing much pulling people over if he's a detective.
Yes.
You recognize that to be?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job.
Nice.
Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
He didn't even look up.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
May I approach John?
Yes.
Miss Reed or the medical examiner? Well, yes. I'm reading all that stuff. Let me see if I can kill out some of that.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
I feel like every time I go through that,
Another set of documents.
I feel like I hear a little
View those, look up when you're
something in
finished.
the audio.
You recognize those, sir?
Judge.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kakowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
What is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, you see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
And look at his face. Like when he said that, he didn't even look up.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, and indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kakowski responds, that's her, smoke. Trooper Kakowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
And look, he's got a straight face.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, if you think about it, they are from Boston, Massachusetts, so they would have some
May I approach?
Yes.
mob style.
Another set of documents. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, sir, go with the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Miss Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisors aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where he tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things.
He just asked him if he was searching for any Nike pics of the defendant
Of that nature.
in her phone.
More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross. All that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday, but it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but
The summer of 2020.
all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Robin. Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Butnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Butnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
Supervisors.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco, and Yuri Buchanan?
Yes.
I've asked that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you outside down there. Have that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
You. Okay. And then I would ask you to.
There's a lot of dead air on
to
the
witness
this
case.
part. I'll try to cut it out.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DiCicco had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir. Yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it that you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Yeah, let me stop that right here, because how many times have I been stuck right in the bullseye because I hired an attorney, and I hired a good attorney and not a crappy one from around here? Yeah, I think that's a common character flaw with a lot of these officers that think they're so much better than everybody else, because they can't abuse the system and they can't cover up as much when they have a competent lawyer, defense attorney. That's just mine.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I use absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? He's sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
Mine do too.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stopped.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
They did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos in anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I had said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
So this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't it?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir.
That just goes to show you that they all have the same character flaws. That's all it shows me. And remember, this is in the same area where Sandra Birchmore was groomed and abused by two brothers who were officers and their supervising officer. Same area. Same state.
I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
That's nice.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, they encouraged it.
Objection.
Yeah,
Sustained.
and they usually do, unfortunately.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton district clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
And literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, all his buddies weren't suspect.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias or prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Okay. So let me look here and see what my notes say. The corruption. Okay. The corruption in the first trial. We kind of broke down, or we were trying to break down some of the shocking misconduct that we just heard there. So you got Proctor talking really, really bad about Karen and those text messages and to all his friends. It wasn't just his coworkers, like he was talking to his friends about her too. And then that she had a guy name that they called Turtle Boy. And he was kind of like a YouTuber, podcaster or something. And he got charged because he was showing up to the courthouse and he was advocating for her. Let's see. Got Turtle Boy blogger. He had his bail revoked. Said he was charged with witness intimidation. I want to find the best one to in connection with the Karen Reed case. All right, we'll watch this one. And, you know, retaliation is serious. This is what everybody's scared of, is being retaliated against if you speak up or if you challenge.
A local blogger released on personal recognizance hours after being arrested in connection with coverage of a high-profile local murder case. Aidan Kearney runs the blog Turtle Boy News, which has tens of thousands of followers. Boston 25 investigative reporter Ted Daniel broke this story this morning and has been covering the Karen Reed case from the very beginning. Quite the spectacle there today, Ted.
Mark, Aidan Kearney was arrested this morning outside his home in Holden. He tells me he was placed into handcuffs after walking his kids to the bus stop. These are the court documents here detailing the charges against him. He faces multiple counts of witness intimidation, obstructing the administration of justice, and a single count of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. As soon as Kearney was released from custody, he went off on the courthouse steps.
They will never shut me up. They will never, ever, ever stop me from reporting the truth.
Karen Reed's self-proclaimed biggest offender is now defending himself.
I hope they find that Ford Edge.
That's Aiden Carney, a.k.a. Turtle Boy, in handcuffs. Earlier this month, he predicted this.
They might arrest me for this. Now, I'm not going to stay in jail. I'll get bailed out in 5 seconds.
During his arraignment, a special prosecutor appointed by the Norfolk County DA's office listed numerous occasions where Carney allegedly harassed people named as witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Reed is accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Carney claims she's been framed in a cover-up.
So, John, I have a question. Did you think that you could outsmart Karen Reed?
Carney confronted a mother and her daughter at a high school sporting event.
So we are outside D&E Pizza, owned by Chris Albert, Chicken Parm Charlie.
He's protested outside of a Canton pizza shop owned by a relative of two people he claims are involved in John O'Keefe's murder.
This is the home of Brian Albert.
He's led rolling rallies to the Canton homes of witnesses and law enforcement, and the special prosecutor read this message Kearney left for the wife of a detective on the Reed case after broadcasting her cell phone number.
And what's your scumbag husband up to now? Are you going to visit him in prison? Do you think they'll have conjugal visits?
The special prosecutor claims Carney has made as much as $5 million from his coverage of this case. Carney laughed at that claim. He says he will not back down.
Everything that you heard in that courtroom today is legal, protected opinion, and I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey.
Woohoo!
The judge released Carney without bail. The special prosecutor wanted him to wear a GPS tracking device, but that request was denied by the judge. He's been ordered to stay away from a number of witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Mark, the judge did not specifically bar him from reporting on the Karen Reed case.
Ted, one of the charges Kearney faces is conspiracy to intimidate a witness. What's that all about?
Yeah, they talked about that in court. On his blog, Carney posted that he was looking to identify the owner of a car parked outside the home of a state trooper who's investigating the Reed case. An Avon dispatcher ran several plates for him, and that is the basis of that charge. They say registration info is only supposed to be accessed for legitimate law enforcement purposes. We've learned that Avon dispatcher has been placed on leave.
And Ted Kearney says items were seized from his home this morning after the arrest?
Yeah, I asked him about that. He didn't say exactly what they took, but he mentioned that he needed to start over and get new electronics. Did not have his cell phone out when he left court, so that may be one of the items, Mark, that has been taken by police.
Ted, and as we heard earlier, Kearney had plenty of supporters with him at court.
Yeah, he's got a big following. There were people holding signs for him outside court and standing with him when he spoke to reporters. As the hearing was taking place, you could hear a number of cars honking. As people drove by, they were honking to the people who were holding signs for him. Mark, this is just another twist in a case that's been anything but routine.
Certainly has. And a lot of people following, a lot of interest in this case. We know you'll stay on top of it for us. Have any new news to pass along, we'll bring it back. Ted, thank you.
All right. Sheesh. That was a little bit, much, though. I sure wouldn't go to nobody's house. But, you know, if you're trying to investigate stuff, I can see where you would reach out and try to find sources. But if a dispatcher was running it, maybe they did break policy. But, you know, they break it all the time. All right. Turtle Boy's legal battle. How prosecutors targeted him and what it means for free speech. So I would say that he was getting a little bit close on some things with his own investigating of this case. And it seems to me, just my thoughts here, well, how would they know what he knows? Get his phone. We put all of our information in our phones. You know, that should be the biggest very first investigative tool that anybody uses is our phone. I mean, we walk around with a tracker on us 24/7, and it shows all of our communications, everything. Let's see. Christy, the guy that did the little rubber ducky or the little rubber ducks with the stickers on the bottom was arrested. His was acquitted. Bugman cannot get a GPS unless you are willing to visit the Whitesburg courthouse or unless you're a woman that can't afford to pay for her ankle monitor. Not so much anymore, though, hopefully. Hopefully people that have been doing crazy stuff will stop now. He's facing something like 90 years. Come on, that's ridiculous. Jersey Bread says they took 4 phones and he had to wait over a year to get them back. Oh, yeah, they just did it to inconvenience him and to slow him down. I thought at the last hearing he still had not gotten them back. Janine says he hasn't got his phones back. He got copies. Is a little over the top for me, but he's an investigative journalist, yeah. He is a little over the top. Whitesburg is the gold standard of GPS tracking. Yeah, it's so sad, ain't it? Just awful. Okay, hour 4, even though we're like 5.5 in. It's gone good. I don't think we've gotten as many subscribers as I was hoping. I don't think we've even got 100 for today. But that's okay. That's okay. We've had a great time. Hour 4, Kentucky crime and corruption updates. So Sheriff Mickey Stein's case, new developments and deeper implications. So I had one of a girl that I'm friends with, or a lady. We're old, so I shouldn't call us girls. Well, I shouldn't say we're old. I should just say me. I'm old. I won't speak for us all. But oh, look here, Queen Olive Ruth Ann. Hello, honey. Welcome. I don't ever want to get on TV's bad side, but he hasn't done anything illegal. No, I don't think he has either. I think the freedom of speech, the First Amendment, is a very important part of our rights as citizens. So let me get over here. So this lady that I am friends with, she messaged me and gave me a little bit of information on ARC. So I'm just going to read this. So there's ARC had several different facilities, and one of them was called Karen's Place. And so women, and that's a woman's facility, just strictly for women. And women would go, and then if they decided to leave, the employees would not call them a ride if they wanted to leave. A lot of women would end up walking off the mountain. So apparently this place was like up on a mountain by itself. And let's see. Several times I witnessed young girls walk off the mountain where we were and there was an orange cone at the bottom of the mountain. If you went past the orange cone, you weren't allowed to change your mind and come back. As we would go to church every evening, we would pass girls walking down the highway. Mind you, the nearest phone or gas station was several miles away. And the employees saw fit to tell the gas station to not allow anyone who walked off the mountain to use their phone. That wasn't right, and it wasn't safe for a lot of these women that they were claiming to be trying to help. This person says that they had a friend who caught a ride in a semi truck, and he held her for 3 days, assaulting her. Now, they said that if you wanted to leave and stay and until the paperwork was done, then they would let you call for a ride. But if you didn't want to stay and wait on the paperwork, if you just wanted to leave, that's apparently, allegedly, what was happening. Said some days they had what is called reflection. Now, what that was is for 24 hours, not allowed to speak. They were not allowed to speak to anyone for 24 hours. We had to sit in communal day rooms in a circle and only allowed up to use the bathroom and when breakfast, lunch, and dinner were ready. She says, I remember my dad had passed away the very day we had reflection, and I couldn't talk to anyone. And it was one of the worst, if not worst, days of her life. However, I did get to go home to help plan his funeral. Normally, you get 8 hours off the Hill for a funeral, but Judge Mullins let me stay 3 days because I was court-ordered to treatment. And she says I was very grateful for that. And then we'll just leave that there. Yes. Thank you, Annie, for giving me that. So I think that gives you a little bit of an insight into how some of these girls felt at ARC. Not all of the reports that I've gotten have been positive. You know, I mean, rehab is a really great thing. Treatment is a wonderful thing. Recovery is the best thing for anybody who struggles with addiction. We want people to recover, but there's all different types of recovery. You know, recovery doesn't have the same face for everybody. A lot of us went to rehab several times over. Even completed them every time. But still, you know, life happens. When you get home and something happens that was unexpected, or you get disappointed, or, you know, just something, you know, that's what most people relapse over, is some kind of a life event. I mean, it could be as little as I stubbed my toe this morning, you know, anything. How many of you guys have heard when people relapse, it was just over something really stupid, something that we, most of us would be like, what? why did you let that get in your head? But it's all situational, it's all situational. Let's see. Let me get back over here on my notes here. That's okay. All right. And we wanted to look at the FBI agent redrum in Pikeville. That was one I was going to talk about. I got kids and dogs running in and out, in and out, in and out. Distracting me. Okay. I'm going to send a couple of these to my thing real quick. I got a couple pictures here. Yeah. Okay. Good idea. Mama Duck. All right. So while I'm doing that, we're going to listen to the song.
Come on, sweet tater, we got a show to do. Welcome to Hillbilly Crime, y'all.
The hills of Kentucky have always had eyes, seeing everything, knowing good from evil. But they had no one to tell until now. There's a voice for those hills, and she's talking. Exposing the truth, ferreting out corruption, shedding light on dirty secrets, pointing out the backdoor deals, sharing information, finding facts, and holding the good old boys accountable. Come on over, have a seat on a log at the campfire, settle in for a story you won't believe. Share the truth, we won't keep the dirty politicians' shameful secrets. It's time to expose these scoundrels. Check that girl. Hillbilly, country folk, and hounds, all welcome in the holler. We still got corruption, deception, allegations, deal making, and more evil doings. Just remember, sunlight is the best disinfectant in these here hills. Peace out, Girl Scout. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
All right. I like it. There's another one that she did that I really loved. I liked it better than any of them, but there was a lot of red tape apparently to try to buy it. But that's it. The lyrics were written by Miss Toby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's wonderful. Kate says, I like it, but if it had rap and rock, I'd like it even more. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Everybody's talking about dogs. Yeah. They like dogs better than people. Me too. Got it right in my eyes. Okay. Yeah, bug man. I get a shot in my belly once a month. I think it's about subs. There is a class action suit against it, yeah, because it makes your teeth go bad. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if somebody has to take medicine every day to be able to live a normal functioning life. That's no less of a miracle, and it's no less of a treatment than abstinence. Somebody who just quits cold turkey and never takes another thing in their life. A lot of people are just not able to do that because of what I was just saying there a second ago. Life happens, stuff happens, crap happens. And a lot of times, in a perfect world, we'd have great support systems. We'd have an amazing network of people, that would help us and be there. But that's not really the reality of most people. Most of us have to just pull up our bootstraps and do it on our own, whichever way. Doesn't matter, whichever way. But you still have to be, the person has to be ready. The person has to be willing. They have to be in a place in their own life, like hitting rock bottom. How many of us? We just don't learn until we take our hand and stick it on the stove. We just can't get it. People could tell me till they're blue in the face, that stove's hot. That stove's hot. Don't put your hand on it. But I will have to stick my hand on it just to learn exactly how hot it is. I mean, it's stupid. I wish I wasn't that way. I wish I could learn from other people's mistakes. But unfortunately, that's not how most of us learn. Unfortunately, most of us have to learn the hard way. All right, I got some pictures here. And of this lady. I got some pictures of their house. Let's look here. Let me share my screen. My doggy's over there digging on a bone. All right. So this was actually the home that they lived in. The FBI agent and his wife. Oops. I hit the wrong button. Oops. There we go. Wonder if it's gonna let me do it or not. I think it's gonna make me put it on the same picture and leave it there. Okay, so let me go through here. And this is what he looked like. This is the FBI agent right here. In 1987, an ambitious new FBI agent was assigned to his first field office in Pikeville, Kentucky. Pikeville's a small town and a holler next to the poverty-stricken hills where almost everyone was on welfare and math. Math was rampant, and the teen pregnancy rate was among the highest in the country. The post was pretty dismal, and Mark Putnam, that was his name, was disappointed but determined to make a name for himself and do a good job. He brought his wife, Kathy, and his young daughter with him. Rugs, political corruption, and even bank robberies plagued the area. An agent could sit and cool his heels, waiting for his next post, or he could roll up his sleeves, make the best of it. Mark made the best of it. Susan had the reputation of a rug addict with a big mouth, but she had come through for the FBI. Now, Susan was, see if it'll let me. There he is with his wife and his baby. There he is. I think that's taken at court, like when he was in trial. And there, I think, is Susan. You all, if I get any of this wrong, you holler out and let me know. I think I got it right. This was in the 80s. So she was an informant for the FBI. Before she could be a pain in the butt, but she had good information on the criminal activity in the area. Susan also got really close to Mark's wife, Kathy, who also made herself an extremely valuable asset to Mark during their time in Kentucky. She practically worked for the FBI without pay, and Susan and Mark worked well together. A little too well. She developed a sexual obsession with the handsome young FBI agent. Neither of them could have guessed the deadly collision course their lives were set on in these lonely, desolate hills of Kentucky. Pikeville's a small town in eastern Kentucky, at least in the 1980s when this story took place. It was described in the opening, nestled in a valley in the Appalachian Mountains between two rivers. The beautiful landscape had first been pillaged of its majestic hardwood forests after the Civil War by timber barons, but the land was also rich with minerals and other natural resources. So not long after the timber barons came the coal barons. Coal mining stripped the bleak mountains. Even more broken trees, chunks of coal, and rocks littered the hills surrounding Pikeville. Soon Appalachian people in Kentucky and all over the South were exploited for their area. Let's see. At that time, the town of Pikeville had 4,500 people lived there in 1987. And they were proud people. Maybe it's because this is McCoy country. As in the Hatfields and McCoys. I'm sure that people know exactly who we refer to when we say the Hatfields and the McCoys. A lot of our viewers also watch another YouTube channel called, I think that's the Hatfields and the McCoys. And I love their little channel. They got a great little channel. But it was a huge feud. It was a family feud that happened around this area. Let's see. I'll give you a quick little rundown. The two families lived in and around Tug Fork, a tributary where Kentucky and Virginia and West Virginia meet. The McCoys were on the Kentucky side, and the Hatfields were on the West Virginia side. The patriarchs of these clans were William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Ants, and Rudolph McCoy, known as Old Randall. Both families fought for the Confederacy in the Civil War, except for one, McCoy, who fought for the Union and was redrummed on his way home. There was no proof, but the McCoys were certain that a Hatfield had a hand in it. Early feuds, one, over another, turned the families into bitter rivals. There was a Romeo and Juliet romance between John Z. Hatfield and Rosanna McCoy that caused further bloodshed after John Z. abandoned the pregnant Rosanna, marrying her cousin over a dozen people. From both families were unalived between 1880 and 1891. That's a lot. I can't read the comments and read this too. Look here, Candy S. And Susan came from a very poor family. He knew exactly what he was doing till she became pregnant. And then he didn't know what to do, did he? Let's see. Crystal says, my daughter's school just notified parents that they are closing school Monday and Tuesday due to many sick kids. Lord, and our kids just went back to school. Ours been out since before Christmas. But the culmination of the war between the families was the New Year's Night Massacre in 1888. Members of the Hatfield clan surrounded Rudolph McCoy's cabin. They opened fire on the sleeping family and then set the cabin aflame, trying to flush out old Randall. The Hatfield and McCoy war lasted into the early 20th century. In 2003, an official truce was written up between the families, with more than 60 descendants signing it. They even have Hatfield and McCoy reunion festivals annually, every June. But to this day, the names Hatfield and McCoy evoke evoke a lot of emotions. Give me that. My dog has been on the warpath all day that we've been doing this marathon. She tore my house all to pieces. All right. But to this day, the names Hatfield and McCoy evoke clannish, pew-pew toting hillbillies hell-bent on keeping their their stories relevant. Let's see. I don't just mention the Hatfield and McCoys for the interesting history of Pikeville. There are actual Hatfield and McCoy cops in today's the era. Let's see. Susan Daniel Smith was a coal miner's daughter. She was born in 1961 in Mattawan, West Virginia. And her mother, Tracy, was a direct descendant of the McCoys. Her father, Sid Daniels, was a coal miner. Give me that. Jeez. Stop. Got a whole pile of stuff over here that I've had to take from her. Stop it. Quit. Or you're getting ready to get butt busted. Get down. That's enough. Get down. She's took advantage of me being on working all day. Excuse me. All right. See. Said that he was chronically unemployed, her daddy, and a heavy drinker. Susan's family lived in a small house up in the holler. In a holler of Freeburn, Kentucky. It was a dingy area that locals called Lonesome Holler. Joe Sharkey wrote the definitive book on that case. I think it was called Above Suspicion or something like that. Let's see. Susan was the fifth of 9 children, and she was known as a real smart little old girl. In the 7th grade, she was on the drill team, and that was the pinnacle of her school career. Like so many other teens, she quit school before making it to high school. She said she had better things to do. A lot of people from this area don't have very good educations. Sometimes some people I know people now that didn't go to the 6th grade in this area. That's kind of hard to believe at this day and time that some people don't even know how to read or write. I know the Kentucky school's big saying is no child left behind, but there's a lot of them that are, that's for sure. A former neighbor told Joe Sharkey that Susan was like a stray kitten with a temper. Susan's fiery temper would be part of her calling card as an adult. As well, she met Kenneth Smith when she was just 16 years old and he was 24. Kenneth's claim to fame was being one of the premier dealers in the area. When Susan was 19, Kenneth finally proposed. The couple had 2 kids, Miranda and Brady, but divorced shortly after their son Brady was born. Said that this divorce was for practical reasons, as the couple kept living together. Now they could collect 2 welfare checks. But as the years went by, Kenneth became very abusive of Susan, as well as cheating on her and taking whatever money she had. She left Kenneth for a while and stayed with her sister in West Virginia when she was about 24. Stop it. She was very unhappy and soon returned to Kenneth, like she always did, returned to Kenneth. This time, Susan stayed with him, maybe not seeing much of a way out. The 2 managed to buy a tiny shack close to a railroad. Let's see. It wasn't what Mark wanted, but the criminal activity in the area could keep a good agent busy and could make a name for a great agent like Mark. and his wife Kathy, also 27, at the time had grown up in Connecticut. He grew up fairly poor. Walter Putnam usually had a couple of part-time jobs to supplement his full-time salary, driving a truck for Sears. His mother, Barbara, stressed the importance of a good education. To Mark and his brother and sister, Mark was a jock and was offered a scholarship to a prestigious school in Connecticut. He wasn't really the academic in his family that his brother was, but he was a star soccer player in high school. The teachers padded his grades. Mark already knew he wanted to be an FBI agent, and he knew he needed a college degree to get into the academy. Even with the scholarship, Mark's parents paid around $1,000 a year to send him to college. That would be around $4,000 now, and a very tight pinch for the Putnam family. But they made it work. Mark was a good student and again a star athlete, but he lost his dad to lung cancer his sophomore year, and it only made him more serious and more ambitious. Let's see. Kathy had come from a different, more dark background, though she was from a good family. She rebelled and made a lot of bad choices. When she was young, she dropped out of high school and took a job bartending. She impetuously married around age 20 to a man 10 years her senior who whooped on her. She quickly left him, but was determined to make it on her own. She naively took a job at a massage parlor, not knowing the details of a happy ending. Did y'all hear that? Instead, she took a job in a massage parlor, and she didn't know. She was very naive, and she didn't know what a happy ending was. Sheesh. When she refused the advances of one of the customers, he tracked her down at her apartment and he R-worded her. She went to the police, but they considered it a matter of he said, she said. It wasn't until he broke in and trashed her apartment that he was arrested, and it was not for Kathy's R word. The cops were more interested in busting the massage parlor, but Kathy got her GED and even an associate's degree, and she moved on with her life. She was blossoming in a career as an apartment manager when she was introduced to Mark. She happened to meet Mark's mother at a restaurant one night in 1982, and then overheard Barbara calling her son to tell him that he just had to meet this girl. She was gorgeous, and they were perfect for each other. Well, Kathy laughed and then picked up the phone and exchanged numbers with Mark. They started dating and eloped on Easter in 1984. On a cold day in February 1987, the couple were looking at the bleak landscape as they wound their way through the mountain roads to Pikeville to Mark's first FBI posting. The couple was trepidatious, but still excited about Mark's first posting. Mark almost didn't make it into the academy. he had a shoulder injury, and so from playing soccer. But with Kathy's help, he kept applying until they accepted him. But his posting in Pikeville wasn't by accident. That office was plagued with administrative problems. They really needed a clerk, not a rookie, gung-ho FBI agent. Before Mark was finally accepted into the academy to become a special agent, he worked as a clerk at the New Haven, Connecticut field office. He learned everything he could from the agents around him, and it didn't deter his passion, and Pikeville was his first post, no matter how backwards Mark planned to excel. He quickly endeared himself to local cops by not acting above them. There has always been a divide between G-men and local police. They both look down on each other and rarely work well together. But Mark was different. He knew that in order to do his job well, he had to learn his jurisdiction and do the best that he could. He wanted to be friendly with the local cops. It says that he couldn't help but laugh that the cops he met had the last names of our country's most famous feuding families. Paul Hatfield, Bert Hatfield, and Fred McCoy, all with the Pike County Sheriff's Department, let Mark ride along with them. Is that the same Fred McCoy that's on that YouTube channel? That would be neat, because I think he is a cop. I think he is a retired policeman, but I'm not sure. They introduced him to the locals, and it wasn't long before he heard about a local informant named Susan Smith. Mark was naturally wary of her. At first, Susan did come with quite the reputation and mouth. She was really mouthy. She was really mouthy, I reckon. But she claimed to have a connection to a local bank robber, a fellow who went by the name of Cat Eyes, who had recently left prison, and then a slew of bank robberies in his exact style started popping up in his old stomping grounds in eastern Kentucky and in West Virginia. Back then, local banks were just that, local. They were not connected to national banks and therefore not afforded the same protections. They served the people of their area, meaning they cashed welfare and Social Security checks. They also handled the coal miners' union pensions, and they accepted cash deposits. Without many questions, Cat Eyes, real name Carl Edward Lockhart, got his nickname reportedly for his beautiful green eyes and good looks. But even after $100,000 haul, he would rather couch surf in the holler and smoke meth with his friends than rent a hotel room. He landed on the couch of Susan and Kenneth Smith. Susan liked Cat Eyes, and he did a lot of talking in front of her. But Susan was smart and always upwardly mobile. She knew this information was leverage. And she did not feel any or enough allegiance to Mr. Cat Eyes to stop her from informing on him. Susan made decent money as an informant, despite her infamous big mouth. She was born in the holler, and she knew every family and criminal in her area. And she was charming even when her friends suspected her of informing on them. It was Bert Hatfield who suggested Mark meet Susan Smith when he found out that Cat Eyes was sleeping on her couch. He had known Susan all her life. She had a big mouth, but this suspected bank robber was literally living on her couch. Chances are she would have good information on him. Mark and Bert met Susan and Kenneth at a restaurant. Susan Daniels Smith was then 25 years old and a beautiful young woman by any standard. She was brunette with a lovely smile, stood 5'5" tall, and weighed around 125 pounds. Susan prided herself on her trim figure. Let me go change it to Susan. There we go. And she loved to wear skimpy and tight clothes to show off her figure. Susan had the charisma and nerve to play both sides. Kenneth tried to dominate the conversation that first day, but Bert Hatfield had warned Mark that Kenneth didn't really know anything he needed to talk to Susan. Mark told the table that he would like to talk to Susan alone, and the two of them headed out to chat. Bert's car, as Kenneth glowered, Susan played coy in this first meeting. Mark was well aware that informants often need a lot of coaxing. She strangely asked him what his wife looked like. He said she was pretty. And then Susan asked if she had a good body. Mark said yes. She kept herself in really good shape. At the time, she was evading answering his questions about Cat Eyes, or Mark might have been more wary of her. Personal questions, but she did agree to meet Mark again at his office in Pikeville. Soon she was in his office 2 or 3 times a week. Mark had a $5,000 budget for informants, but he was nervous about giving Susan money because he still thought she was playing games. Susan knew that she could earn thousands by informing for the FBI. This was big time. This wasn't the little Pike County Sheriff's Department. But she was nervous. Her first payment for Mark was $500, and then it was done, and she was an FBI informant. Susan's first useful tip to Mark was in September of 1987. She had seen Cat Eyes come home with a big bag of sawed-off pew-pews and ski masks. She paid attention and found out he planned to hit the First National Bank in Farrells Creek, just 15 minutes south of Pikeville. Susan's intel was good, but when he was apprehended, Mark was out of town serving a fugitive warrant. Susan was furious that another agent was named in the papers when she went to see Mark. He gave her $1,500 for the tip. She tried to give it back to him, still angry that he didn't get the credit for it. Let's see. Even though it was his case, Mark told her he couldn't take the money back, and she angrily dropped it on his desk and stomped out the door. Mark called his supervisor at the Covington office, who told him to write up a memo explaining what happened and put the money back in the safe. Mark was treading carefully because he still needed Susan to testify against Cat Eyes. When he asked her about testifying, she said she needed money to move her and her kids out of the area. But ironically, Susan was bragging to anyone who'd listen that she was working for the FBI. Well, that's real smart. As dangerous as informing was, she couldn't keep her mouth shut. She couldn't help but reveal, get pulled into the glamour of it. In the fall of 1987, Susan became friendly with Mark's wife, Kathy, simply by calling their house. Kathy was warm and a good listener. She was also very accustomed to taking messages for her husband, who was often out in the field rather than at his desk. She even took to typing up his reports for him. They really made a great team. And Kathy didn't just feel sorry for Susan. She felt a sort of kinship. She understood her ambition and her loneliness. Kathy had lived through some rough times herself. Soon she and Susan talked all the time. Keep your enemies close and keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That's pretty dirty, ain't it? Just buddy up to the wife so you can sleep with the husband. Let's see. Susan quizzed Kathy for makeup and hair tips. She asked a lot of personal questions about Mark. Kathy wasn't naive. She knew Susan was enamored with her husband, but it really didn't worry her. Mark was a consummate professional. Susan started trying to clean up her language and her grammar. And when she found out that Kathy had cut her long dark hair, she also cut her hair short. She even asked Mark if it looked like Kathy's. Mark was professional, but he was also wary. He warned Kathy to be careful around Susan, but the woman talked practically every night. Kathy even told Susan about her R word. Meanwhile, Mark was working another big case with another informant named Charlie Trotter. Charlie told him about a big truck stealing and chop shop operation. Mark was very interested in busting a huge criminal conspiracy like this, and his background as a clerk would serve him well. There would be thousands of pieces of evidence to catalog. Charlie was in on a job of 3 hijacked trucks that fall of 1987. The case was going well, and Mark was excited. Kathy was preparing for the birth of their second child. I'm just going to stop for a second. So you're this big, hunky FBI agent. You've got a wife and a little girl and another baby on the way. And it appears like this girl has gotten very obsessed with you, right? Like he did not make good decisions. Could you not see that? Could he not see that if he slept with her, it was going to get worse? That just blows me away how sometimes men just don't get that. Like, that one we were watching the other night, the guy said, Sandra Birchmore case. You look at their text messages with each other, and she was basically saying, I want to get pregnant. I want to have your baby. And what do I have to do that? And he's doing like unprotected schmecks. Well, you know what that leads to. And then once she got pregnant, then you're going to get mad at her because she got pregnant. She told you she wanted you to get her pregnant. And then you went ahead and did it. And now that she has gotten pregnant, now you want to unalive her and the baby and blame it all on her? Like, that's stupid. Keep your pants up, right? I mean, it takes two to tango, y'all. You can't blame the other one that they were just so tempting that you couldn't stop yourself. Blows me away. She had gotten pregnant a month after they moved to Pikeville in late October. She planned to take their daughter Danielle and stay with her parents in Connecticut, waiting for Mark to join them in December. And time for the baby's birth. The FBI's raid on the chop shop was scheduled for the end of October, around when Kathy would be leaving Mark, or when Kathy'd be having the baby. Mark was very happy with the timing. It would give him weeks to catalog all the evidence before he took time off for the birth of their son. But there was a problem. Kathy was set to fly out of Lexington with Danielle, so the Putnam, the night before Kathy's flight, he found out while he was still at the hotel that there had been a problem with the search warrants, and the FBI had to move the next day when Mark wouldn't be there. Mark raced to the site after he dropped Kathy and Danielle off the next morning, but it was too late. There were no arrests. No one was even there to arrest, but 2 old dogs. But Mark still had the huge task of cataloging all the stolen items. It was still a big deal for Mark and the FBI. Despite not being able to make immediate arrests, Mark estimated they recovered over $2 million in stolen equipment. The local papers reported $6 million. Either way, it was the biggest bust for stolen parts in recent history. On December 9th, Mark's son was born, and he did make it in time to be with Kathy for the birth. They named him Mark Putnam Jr. When Mark and Kathy returned to Pikeville with their small family right after Christmas, Susan surprised Mark at the office. She kissed him on his lips without warning, and then she said she had gifts for him. It was running shoes and a Nike t-shirt. He again tried to decline the gifts, unsettled by her overly familiar kiss. But Susan said it would hurt her feelings. Mark had been good to her, and she was just trying to show her appreciation. She trying to make moves on your man. He said okay and kept the items. When she left, he wrote yet another memo, putting this stuff in the safe despite Susan's behavior. He was trying to remain as professional as he could. He still needed her to testify. He couldn't risk making her mad before he left for Connecticut for the birth of his son. He had a final meeting with Susan where she had propositioned him for a fling. He definitively said no and pointed out that Kathy was her friend. Susan told him Kathy didn't have to know. She seemed to take the rejection in stride, though, and Mark was now more alert to how intense her feelings were about him. But Susan came through in spades for him. At Cat Eyes' trial, at a great risk to herself, but she held her head up high and was a great witness. After the trial, Mark's regular partner in Pikeville transferred out. They hadn't exactly got on great terms. So Mark was looking forward to his replacement. He was very disappointed when Special Agent Ronald Poole showed up. The 37-year-old agent seemed lazy to Mark. It wasn't just Paul's looks, but Mark did have strong feelings on how physically fit an FBI agent should be. After all, he almost didn't make it into the academy over an old injury. He jogged every day. He didn't smoke and rarely drank. For his part, Ronald Poole didn't particularly care to be paired with a rookie Yankee. But Ronald Poole had worked undercover narcotics in Chicago, and even Mark had to admit that his looks probably didn't raise any flags and helped him in his undercover work. And Poole did come with a good reputation. And to Mark's relief, the tips Susan had been passing along were rug related. So he saw the opportunity to pass Susan off as an informant to Poole. Kathy invited Mark's new partner to dinner, and Paul gave Mark further reason to dislike him when he kept openly leering at Kathy. And then he soon joined Susan, Charlie Trotter, and other nighttime callers that Kathy was willing to talk to. She was repulsed by Ronald Poole, but savvy enough to know that she needed to remain cordial. Bert Hatfield, Mark's buddy in the Pike County Sheriff's Department, told author Joe Sharkey, quoted Poole that boy was just a blank hound, first and foremost, and an FBI agent, maybe second. Bert Hatfield was right about Poole. He quickly had designs on Susan Smith, who, like Kathy, found Ronald Poole disgusting. And Susan was no fool. She knew Mark was trying to pass her off to Poole. Her calls to Kathy became more emotional and urgent. She admitted she was taking a lot of medication and drinking. Kathy tried to be supportive, but it wasn't easy. She was growing tired of it all. Kathy was sick of Pikeville, and who could blame her? Most postings lasted for a minimum of 2 years, and Mark still meant to make the best of it. In August of 1988, Kathy insisted on a vacation. So they had a blissful 10 days at Myrtle Beach together with their kids. But they still had to come back to Pikeville. And as soon as they returned, Kathy got an anonymous caller who said, "Your old man is fooling around with a girl named Susan Smith." Kathy tried to talk to Mark, but he told her not to be ridiculous. He gaslighting her. He had done nothing wrong, but failed to see that he really needed to talk to his wife about it. Kathy sunk into a depression, and Mark buried himself with work. Susan was, she knew that she had to keep bringing him good tips, not just the rug stuff. She warned him about a bank robbery, and sure enough, it happened, but he still passed it off to Poole. Susan was becoming more and more desperate. Her friends and family knew that she was an informant, and many had stopped talking to her. But she kept running her mouth around Pikeville. Now she bragged that she was having an affair with Mark, but nothing was happening between them yet. So she went out and told this big old story before she was even sleeping with him. If anything, Mark avoided her with Kathy, pressuring him. He officially requested a transfer after the chop shop raid. Scary things had been happening. Mark walked outside one morning to find all his tires slashed. There were a lot of hang-up calls, heavy breathers, and even some outright threats. None of this was helping Kathy's anxiety about Pikeville in November of 1988. Kathy's sister, Chris, came to visit for the first time since they moved to Pikeville. Kathy and Mark had a babysitter. They went to dinner and then went for some drinks at a cocktail lounge in the Landmark Hotel in Pikeville. They ran into a local politician. He was a guy Mark was interested in. A couple of months earlier, Susan had barged into his office with a huge bag of black and red pills. She said that this politician was handing them out in exchange for votes. Mark didn't take her word for this. She was becoming increasingly unreliable. He reluctantly flushed the pills down the toilet. But he was very interested in busting a corrupt politician, and despite how Susan had got the pills, she could be right about this guy. Turns out she was. Mark introduced Kathy to the politician, who immediately leered at her, sat down, and Mark watched, amused, as the politician kept inching closer to Kathy. Kathy was throwing her husband looks. "I can handle this," is what those looks said. And sure enough, she was grinning and flirting right back. Mark got up to talk to someone he saw at the bar, and Kathy and the politician's conversation turned dirty. She told author Joe Sharkey that the politician said to her, quote, "Honey, your husband doesn't know what he's got, does he? You're a little hottie, or you're a hot little blank, ain't you?" Kathy continued to play along and turned the conversation smoothly into having schmecks on snow cane. The politician didn't believe her at first, saying, "Hell, you ain't never touched no snow cane." She said she sure did back east before she was an agent's wife. He got up to go to the bathroom, and when he came back, the Letcher County politician passed her 2 grams of snow cane. Mark's reaction was a mixture of being horrified and electrified at his wife's bold game. When she told him how the politician said there was plenty more, where that came from, they rushed over to the Pikeville office, and Mark called his supervisor in Covington to tell him exactly what happened. The supervisor told him to get him to the office to witness him taking possession of the snow cane. He offered to have Kathy go get a blood urine test to prove she had not taken any of the snow cane or any other rugs. His supervisor said that wasn't necessary. They just needed to log the snow cane officially and lock it in the safe. Both Kathy and Mark left for home that night with new hope. Mark now wanted to go after the politician. Susan had been right, and Kathy's instincts and incredible acting skills had paid off. Kathy felt so much better for just having done something herself. She wanted out of this godforsaken place and of helping Mark with a rug sting on a local politician would get him another leg up. She was happy to help. She got set up with a phone and a recorder, or she got set up with a phone call with a politician that was recorded, but he didn't take the bait. He was too smart to talk over the phone. Re-energized and happy, Kathy looked forward to Thanksgiving. She even asked Mark if he wanted to invite Susan and her kids for dinner. She still felt sorry for Susan. Mark blew up at her. He didn't want an informant in his house, especially not on Thanksgiving. Oh, but it was okay for you to sleep with her. Okay. When he wanted to be with his family, but honestly, never he didn't want Susan, Charlie Trotter, or any criminal informants he worked with coming to his home on Thanksgiving night. And I understand that. Especially not on Thanksgiving. Susan called the house to chat with Kathy. She knew all about her little rug sting with the politician and the plans they were making. Kathy was shocked that Susan knew and asked her how. Ron Poole had told her. Kathy was furious, and without saying anything to Mark, she called Poole, demanding to know why he was running his mouth about such sensitive information to an informant. Ron Poole blew his top. He denied telling Susan and shouted at her. Your blank husband probably told her, but Kathy knew Mark hadn't. She was shaken up, but determined to continue. Plans to entrap the politician went up the chain. But when they informed FBI headquarters and the DEA, they were shut down immediately. So they were getting ready to do a big bust on a Letcher County official. And it was, says it was shut down immediately. This was unheard of. Kathy was an agent's wife. A civilian, a criminal informant is one thing, but this was absurd. Mark was relieved Kathy had been so enthusiastic about helping, but he had been worried that things might go wrong. Mark was still waiting for word on a transfer, and he was still burying himself in work. A couple of weeks later, Susan called. She had intel on another big rug reeler. This one was a cop. Mark was paying attention, but he still wanted to pass it off to Poole. After all, it wasn't just to avoid working with Susan. Poole did have experience with narcotics work. The problem was Susan was adamant that she wasn't going to work with Ron Poole. Poole didn't take this well. Either he was already upset and angry that he hadn't convinced Susan to sleep with him. Mark was sick of all of them. But a week before Christmas, he picked Susan up and took her for a ride. It was more or less to placate her. Susan needed attention, or she would stir the pot. It would be a huge mistake, according to what Mark Putnam told author Joe Sharkey. Susan was all soft, voiced, and expressed concern for him. He looked stressed, and she knew that he was unhappy at home because Kathy had told her that he was. And Mark was unhappy. His schmeck's life with Kathy had been sporadic at best. In the last several months after the rug sting, well, she just had a second baby, was called off. Kathy had sunk back down into depression. She was either morose or actively irritated with him when he came home at night. He admitted to Joe Sharkey that despite how much Susan could get on his nerves, he did not hate her. He felt sorry for her. And in a way, he felt responsible for her during this meeting, according to Mark. Susan seized the opportunity of his mood, telling him, anytime you need a release, I'm around. I mean, come on, man. Anytime you need a release, I'm around. I mean, that's just a shame. That's a shame that you can't not, you know what I mean? Sheesh. And then she kissed him and didn't push, and he didn't push her off, according to Mark. They had Schmecks in his car for the first time. Then he would later insist that he and Susan had Schmecks 5 times over a 2-week period. Always and only in his car. There were no seedy motels. They just drove out to a secluded spot. But it was done. Whatever else happened, he had to get the hell out of Pikeville before Susan Smith ruined his life. Come on. He had to get the heck out of Pikeville before she ruined his life. It looks to me like he ruined his own life. What do you all think? Kathy was playing with fire. Man. Let's see. My eyes are starting to get a little bit crazy, y'all. We've got an hour and 20 minutes left. An hour and 15 minutes. We've had one heck of a marathon today, ain't we? I know. Okay. Despite her misgivings, Kathy insisted that she never really suspected Mark was sleeping with Susan. And it makes sense because she kept talking to her even after she was warned on that anonymous call. But in hindsight, she later told author Joe Sharkey that she did notice a change in Susan's demeanor around Christmas of that year. She didn't call as much, and when she did, she was unusually upbeat. Kathy said it was like she was on top of the world, and Kathy honestly just felt happy about Susan's new behavior. She had often counseled her to take responsibility for her life and her own happiness, to work on her self-esteem. It seemed to her that maybe Susan was doing just that. Sadly, Susan had just finally gotten what she wanted. And then Kenneth called the Putnam house. I mean, that's dirty. So she sucked up to Kathy just to get to her husband. People are devious, y'all. Some people have really crazy bad motives that you don't know nothing about. That would be devastating, wouldn't it? That your husband would do that. That your husband would betray you in your trust that way. I would think, you think that little of me that you would go out and fall for that? Unbelievable. Thank you, Miss Christie. Yeah, it's okay. It's all I'll finish this one. We might let it go a little bit early. We'll finish this one though. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you, bless you, bless you. All right. One morning in January with Susan. Oh, well, let me go back. Susan had finally just gotten what she wanted. And then Kenneth called the Putnam house at dawn one morning in January with Susan screaming and crying in the background. He informed Kathy that his wife was sleeping with her husband. Susan had told Kenneth that she had miscarried Mark's baby. Susan screamed that it wasn't true, but for the first time, Kathy was really rattled. She went to Mark, who brushed her off yet again, saying Susan only told the truth about 1/10 of the time, and it wasn't worth discussing. But he was angry. The seed had been planted with Kathy, and Susan kept calling Kathy, making offhand remarks about Mark that were just to irritate. And let's see. And they were just too intimate. She once even said, "Oh, I gotta go, Mark. Just pull up." Kathy's furious. Called the Pikeville FBI office. Mark answered the phone. Immediately, Susan was BSing Kathy. Once again, felt foolish for doubting her husband. And in February, the indictments for the chop shop operation had come through, and the Putnams started receiving threats again. Mark went before the magistrate to request no bail for the chop shop crew on the grounds that he felt they were making failed threats to his family, and he honestly thought they meant him no harm. But this local judge still allowed bail, just admonishing these hardened criminals to stay away from the Putnam family. Well, that was enough for Mark's supervisor. He had already been sympathetic to Mark and Kathy's misery in Pikeville. He started petitioning his own supervisor for Mark's transfer. In a follow-up memo, he even said that it should be an agent with law enforcement experience that should replace Mark. Because, quote, individuals, groups, and entire families accept violence as a way of life, routinely carry firearms, and have little regard for law and order. The official transfer came just days later. To Kathy's delight, she couldn't wait for it to be over. Mark was being transferred to Miami. The FBI sent movers for Kathy and the kids while Mark stayed behind to put the house up for sale. It was really happening, and so quickly the move was set for the middle of April 1989. Mark just spent a week in Pikeville after Kathy and the kids left, and he kept to himself, determined to keep his head down until he got out of this hellhole. As soon as Mark was in Miami, Ron Poole kept calling to complain about Susan. She was uncooperative. She was a pain in the butt. But in reality, he was still trying to get into her pants. In early May, Susan filed charges against Kenneth for DV. He retaliated by reporting her to the West Virginia Welfare Office for claiming benefits in 2 states, so Susan lost half of her welfare. She was down to only $250 a month, and she was as addicted to pills as ever. And now she had added snow cane into the mix. Desperate for money, Susan started renting a motel room in Pikeville. Once a week, a clerk who worked nights later identified her and said she was a Civics worker. It was pretty obvious what she was doing, making matters worse. Susan behaved like an arse. Says she behaved like an ass. To the motel staff. So they remembered her clearly. When you treat people bad and you act bad, people tend to remember who you are and remember the event. I've made a fool out of myself a couple times in my life. Let's see. April, Susan called Mark in Miami and told him she was pregnant. She wanted to know what he planned to do about it. Mark asked if she was sure. How would you even believe her? I wouldn't have believed it. Would you believed it? I wouldn't have. And she said she was. He told her he would be back in Pikeville soon to wrap up the chop shop trial. They would talk then. In May, she ran into Cat Eyes, his girlfriend, the bank robber. She had testified against the woman. She had testified against Cat Eyes. The woman beat Susan up pretty badly and threatened to unalive her, all while Kenneth, Susan's brother, and his girlfriend watched. Is it any wonder Susan was coming on so hard to Mark? And I don't know. Is it any wonder that she was coming on to the only normal man who had ever paid her any attention? She came from a real hard life. She came from a life of poverty, rugs, violence, and misery. It's easy to see how she became fixated on Mark Putnam, and even Kathy to a certain extent. Acceptance, you want to be accepted by people. You want to be accepted by the right circles and the right people. And a lot of people don't even know how to behave then. Like, she was wanting accepted by them, but she didn't even know how to behave. She didn't know how to be a friend. She didn't know how to be an employee. She didn't know how to conduct herself safely. And being an informant is very dangerous. Let's see. And even Kathy, to a certain extent. Kathy was the only respectable female friend she ever had. But with Mark and Kathy in Florida, Susan was now spiraling out of control. It's a very different story than what you thought it was going to be, ain't it? Because it surprised me. I didn't expect this story to go this way. Mark did plan 2 trips to Pikeville in late May and early June. For pre-trial hearings, he managed to avoid Susan on the first trip, but Ron Poole, ever jealous and vindictive, made sure to call Susan and let her know that Mark would be back in town on June 5th. Mark flew into Huntington, West Virginia, which was the closest commercial airport to Pikeville, and then he rented a car and headed south. He was ready for the 18-month stress of the chop shop job to be over, and he knew he had to go face what he had done with Susan. He was heartsick a lot, a lot had been made of the fact that he rented a car instead of using an official FBI vehicle. But if he was doing it to enter Pikeville secretly, he did it wrong. He rented the car in his own name, and from everything that we've read, he turned over the trip expenses to the FBI. It's not that unusual. Meanwhile, Susan had been to see a doctor at the public health center in Pikeville. She had gotten a written report saying that her baby was due November 19th, which would put conception at the end of February. Mark Putnam has always maintained that his 2 weeks of car schmecks with Susan happened at the end of December. The doctor did note that Susan had suffered a miscarriage and had a D&C on January 2nd. Kenneth called about the miscarriage that was in January, and Mark had been consumed with the chop shop indictments in February. He maintains to this day that any sexual contact with Susan had ended before January of 1989. And I'm sorry to point this out. I am not in any way shaming her, but Susan was spotted several times by motel staff in Pikeville working as a lady of the night in the months leading up to her death. She was on medication and snow cane and still drinking heavily. I think it's entirely possible that she convinced herself it was Mark's child. She had made no bones about her obsession with him. She wanted it to be his baby, and in that state of mind, on that many substances, maybe she really did believe it was his. But we'll never know for sure. Mark himself had doubts. He told author Joe Sharkey that when he got to Pikeville, Susan had left she had left something. I can't read it. My eyes are about gone. She had to sign about her pregnancy. It said results positive. It didn't have a due date that was on the other paper. The doctor had given Susan, which he had never saw. He said he felt horribly guilty that he thought Susan in her own way would have been faithful to him. In her mind, it was a relationship, and he felt that if she had been sleeping with someone else when they had been having schmecks, then she would have told him to taunt him. He checked into Landmark's motel and was startled when Susan called him. She informed him that she was in the same motel and that Ron Poole had put it on his American Express card for her. Mark declined to see her that night. He had to be up early to drive to Lexington for court the next day. That night, he got home, and as soon as he was out of the shower, Susan was at his door. He said that she yelled at him, that he was avoiding her, and then turned despondent. He could tell that she was high. He offered to take her to get something to eat. They drove to a McDonald's and talked in the car. Susan was hurting. She told him all about the beatings from Kenneth, and she had no money, and Kenneth wouldn't let her see her kids, and Mark had gotten her pregnant and deserted her. He asked her if she would consider an abortion. That brought Susan's famous temper back. She most certainly would not, she told him. She planned to be a thorn in his side. she would come to Florida to make sure he didn't forget her. Mark said he drove back to the motel and couldn't help but thinking of her. He couldn't help thinking that if it was his child, she would have to be at least 5 months pregnant. The last time they had schmecks was before January, he thought. She wasn't showing at all. And then he felt guilty. It wasn't fair to judge her based on her appearance on June 8th, Mark said he got up wearily, deeply worried about the mess he was in and feeling deep shame as well. He told author Sharkey he hated cops who kept framed pictures of their wives on their desks while sleeping with anyone who didn't resist. That wasn't him. That had never been him. Not once in his life had Mark Putnam even been in trouble. He had always been a straight arrow. His marriage and career meant everything to him. Well, it doesn't seem like it meant as much as, are you kidding? It meant that much to you? But look what you did. I know nothing about this case either, y'all. Not really. It's just an interesting case. And I think he did it to himself. I mean, my gosh, are you joking? Let's see. He had never been in trouble. With the incredibly stupid choice of sleeping with Susan Smith, he had jeopardized both. He said that by the time he got out of the shower, she was banging on his door, and he had to be in Lexington again for court. And he tried to get rid of her, but she needed to use his phone, and she needed to borrow some clothes, of course. She would not let it go. He left her in his room and headed for Lexington when he got back that evening. Susan was waiting at his door. He said that she was high again and ready for a loud public fight. He said she screamed, "My life has been blank up ever since I met you." She yelled that she wasn't having an abortion. Mark said he understood, and if it was his baby, he and Kathy would raise it. Are you joking? Like, that's the word. That's what you don't say. Okay, you can have the baby, but then me and my wife are going to take it from you, and we're going to raise it. Like, what? Ooh, I just can't. Bad decisions. And him and Susan are going to raise the baby. He instantly realized his mistake and the hurt that caused Susan. She was screaming and crying now that she was a good mother and insisting that it was his baby. He finally suggested that they take a ride. He was worried about his motel neighbors hearing all of this. And that's what they did, right? They went for rides. Susan seemed temporarily mollified. He drove them out of Pikeville and ended up the mountain roads. As they drove, he said that she continued to berate him. She threatened to call the FBI and the police. She kept calling something. He kept driving, and when they were nearing somewhere, Freeburn, Susan's hometown, Mark claims she lunged at him. He said with difficulty, he managed to keep the car on the road until he could pull over. They were at the crest of the mountain, and now Mark says she was slapping at him, scratching and screaming her head off. She was completely hysterical, and he was trying to fight her off. He tried talking to her, and she said she planned to name the baby Mark Jr. She planned to name the baby Mark Jr. And let's see, put the little bastard right into your precious daughter's arms. Oh, my Lord. Mark said he rarely asked what exactly she wanted from him. Well, Susan wanted him to divorce Kathy and marry her. He said he tried to reason with her and remind her that Kathy had been so good to her. Susan just screamed, "Blank you and your blankety blank wife." He had tried negotiating. Now he was going to tell her what would happen if she wouldn't have get rid of the pregnancy. Then, after the baby was born, he would make her get a paternity test again, saying that if the child was his, he and Kathy would raise it. And then he cruelly pointed out something that he had found out since he got back to Pikeville. Her sister had thrown her out of her house, and Susan had signed custody of her children over willingly to Kenneth. He said he told her, "I'll be damned if I'll let any kid of mine grow up here with a blank like you." And that was it. Susan started flailing, slapping, punching, scratching. She bit him in the eye. She hit him in the eye with her fingernail. That enraged Mark. Said he tried to punch her, but he ducked and he hit the dashboard instead. He said she kept screaming, "You used me, you owe me, blank you to hell." And all he wanted her to do was be quiet. So Mark said he put his hands around her throat and squeezed, saying, "Relax, Susan, relax." He claims he thought he had just subdued her until she slumped over in the seat, and he realized that she wasn't breathing. He claims that
Working on that.
Sheesh. I don't know why Siri just hears me
Something
sometimes.
went wrong. Please try again.
Okay, go away. He claims he thought he had just, I already read that. He claims that he tried to revive her, but it was too late. I want to be really clear. This is Mark's story. There is no proof that it happened this way, but there's also no proof that it was premeditated. Mark was impactful on legitimate FBI business. He was staying there to tie things up at the office and traveling to Lexington for the chop shop trial hearings. Dealing with Susan was something he was forced to face because he was in town. It's a matter of opinion on whether or not you believe his story. I will say once he told this story, it has never changed. But back to the timeline. At this point, Mark said he was spinning out of control. He considered calling his friend and confessing, not for special treatment, but as a courtesy. And he knew that it would be kind of a mess. He also said that he considered harming himself. But he said he thought of his family. And while he felt horrible for taking Susan's life, he couldn't stand the thought of ruining theirs in the end. And he pulled her body out of the car and put it in his trunk. And he went back to the motel to think. He went to bed and then went back to Lexington the next morning with Susan's body still in his trunk was the surprise that nobody saw coming. When he came out that afternoon and there was no smell, finally around 7 p.m., he drove into the mountains. Again, he turned onto Harmon Branch Road, where he knew there were many deserted mines. He took the first mine road he came to and drove up until he was close to a ridge with a ravine and a small creek. He didn't throw her body into the ravine. He climbed down the ridge and hid it in some brush, just out of view of the road. That night, a local reporter told him that she needed to talk to him. Susan had been spreading it everywhere that she was pregnant and that it was his child. He denied it, and the reporter believed him. Again, Susan Smith had a reputation for lying. 3 days after Mark hid Susan's body, he called her sister in Freeburn and asked if she had heard from Susan. He was trying to cover up his crime. There's no denying it, and Shelby Ward, Susan's sister, was worried she hadn't heard from her. But she knew what her sister had been saying about Mark. He advised her to file a missing persons report. Then he called the state police's office in Pikeville and said he was worried about his informant. He hadn't heard from her, and he mentioned that when they talked. He said she was going to talk to some rug contacts. Shelby Ward also called the state police and filed a missing persons report. Detective Richard Ray caught the case. Detective Ray traveled to Freeburn and questioned witnesses. He found out about Susan's sordid past. He also heard about her pregnancy test at the health department and the accusation she had been spreading around town that an FBI agent, Mark Putnam, was the father. Ray knew Mark, but only in passing. He hung around the Lexington courthouse until he bumped into him. Mark was still in the area for the chop shop trial. He showed him the report on Susan and noted that Mark was cooperative, but nervous. He told Detective Rael about Susan, her dependence on him and Kathy, and all of her personal problems. Ray let things alone for a while as a detective for the state. He was a busy man, but he had a feeling about Mark back in Florida. No, he had a feeling about Mark back in Florida. Kathy was setting in. She was settling in with the kids in a condo in Sunrise, Florida, a 45-minute commute to Mark's new office. In North Miami Beach, when Susan stopped calling Kathy in June, she was relieved. When she found out that she had gone missing, she felt sorry for her, but she wrote her off. She had done everything she could to help Susan Smith, and while she thought it was sad, she was frankly ready to be done with everything to do with Pikeville. I don't blame her. She just wanted to forget the whole experience. Mark said that he felt horrible guilt and also anxiety and dread. He was a cop. He knew it was a matter of time before he was caught. He had chronic diarrhea. He wasn't sleeping, and Kathy was worried about him. He even told his new supervisor in Florida about Susan's allegations and her disappearance. His supervisor said it was a matter for the state police. The Kentucky rumors had already filtered down to him, and he had Susan Smith checked out. Unfortunately, she had the kind of background that made cops shrug. She consorted with dangerous people. She was a rug user and an informant, and he thought Mark was young and naive. He didn't think he was a redrummer, though. The matter was dropped. But as months passed, even Susan's mother, who had little to do with her daughter, admitted that Susan had never missed a birthday or Christmas before. Without sending a card, Detective Ray ran down every lead, but he kept coming back to Mark. Those were the rumors that kept surfacing. No matter who he spoke with, by January 1990, he was ready to lean on Mark Putnam and the FBI about the Susan Smith case. He would have been surprised to learn that Mark himself was asking his bosses for an internal investigation, and they kept refusing. They pointed out that there was no evidence of foul play except that Susan was gone and Mark had a stellar reputation. Outside of the Kentucky rumors, this made Detective Ray very upset. Susan was an informant for the FBI. She had worked for them, and they didn't care. They refused to cooperate. He went to the Commonwealth Attorney, the same thing as a district attorney in other states. And this man wasn't afraid to yell at some FBI guys. He called the Justice Department, saying that the FBI had thrown one of their informants to the wolves. And if they didn't start an investigation, he would call the press. That did it. The main FBI office in Kentucky opened an investigation. Supervisory Special Agent Jim Huggins caught the case. On May 1st, he met with agents at the Lexington office to talk about what went down in Pikeville when Mark was posted. He then assembled a team of 5 agents, not from Pikeville. Ironically, now the Pikeville police, including detectives, were pissy that the FBI were barging into their case. They now had to show them around town, let them go through their files. It was the classic divide often seen between federal and local cops. Manhattan Detective Ray asked for this, and whether he liked them or not, the FBI were doing their jobs the way they saw it. Kenneth Smith was the most likely suspect. He had a record of whooping on Susan, and they felt he had a motive because of the rumors about Mark Putnam, I guess, and the baby. So they were looking at her ex-husband. They also decided they need to rule out Mark first. They were not giving him a pass. And Mark knew about the Pikeville investigation thanks to Ron Poole and other contacts who were still calling. He went to see his supervisor in Florida yet again to request an internal investigation from the Office of Professional Responsibility to look into the allegations against him. Are you joking? And they kept saying, no, we don't want to do an investigation on you. We don't want to. His boss was still adamant. He said, no way. But then he asked if the Kentucky State Police asked for a polygraph, would Mark do it? Mark immediately said yes. That was enough for his boss, though. He intended to cooperate with the Kentucky investigators. Mark had his first meeting with the special agent Jim Huggins about a month before the first anniversary of Susan's death. He went day by day through the week he spent in Pikeville when she went missing. His first slip was when they asked how old Susan was, and he answered she was 28. The past tense sent up major red flags. These meetings turned into days. And still, Mark had refused an attorney. Kathy, over the mama bear, watched the trial. It was taking a toll on her husband. And marched down to that office and read the investigators the riot act. So I guess that was his wife that did that. She reminded them all that she had personally done what all she had personally done for the FBI, and demanded to be interviewed. After all, she wasn't a witness. She knew Susan, too. The investigators were surprised but sympathetic. They assured Kathy everything would be fine. They just needed to clear it all up, but Kathy needed to be heard, and they let her. She let loose all of her grievances. Pikeville had almost destroyed her. Family had almost destroyed her family. And she was convinced that a rumor campaign led by Ron Poole was sullying her husband's good name. Sorry, y'all, my eyes are going bad. She then gave them a rundown on Poole's behavior, including the sharing of sensitive information with an informant. They asked her if she thought that Poole killed Susan. She said no. She didn't even believe Susan was dead. In her opinion, Susan had run her mouth about the wrong person, was threatened, and was laying low by now. Let's see. Was laying low. By now, Mark wanted to take the polygraph. He told Sharkey he didn't think he could really pass it, but this might be his breaking point. He was right a couple of questions. He was right. A couple of questions into the test, the examiner took Jim Huggins out of the room and said, "We have a problem." Special Agent Huggins decided to sit Mark down and confront him about the deception on the test. Mark told him, "Jim, I want to get this over with, but before we can do anything, can I call Kathy?" He called her and told her it was going badly. And she said, savvy FBI wife said, "You're not under arrest. Just leave. Just come home." And that's what Mark did. He said he would be back to tell them everything, but he had to talk to his wife first. And he told her everything, despite her fears and suspicions. It was a gut punch. And she smacked her husband across the face. But by the end of the evening, she was blaming herself. She told Joe Sharkey that she could have stopped it if she was paying attention. I swear, Kathy was the most amazing woman I have ever heard of. This wasn't some stand by your man crap. She honestly felt that she and Mark were a team. She knew she was actually closer to Susan than he was, and she knew that Susan was obsessed with Mark. She felt she hadn't protected him, or Susan for that matter. Don't get me wrong, she was angry at her husband, but she insisted on taking responsibility too. Mark got a defense attorney named Bruce Zemet. He was a former assistant U.S. attorney, and the first thing he did was call the Pikeville FBI team and say, "You guys know you don't have a case without a body. There might be circumstantial evidence, and the polygraph didn't look good, but that's inadmissible." But Mark Putnam was now determined to confess. He wanted a deal. He wanted Kathy to divorce him and move on with her life. He anticipated decades in prison, but Bruce Zemet brokered a deal for first-degree manslaughter. It would be 16 years in prison, max. Mark took it. He pled guilty on June 12th, 1990, just days after the first anniversary of Susan's death. He made a full confession to investigators and then led them to Susan Smith's body. She still lay just 50 feet from the road, though her remains were nothing but bone, and the small ones had scattered down the lonely Kentucky mountainside. Shelby Ward, Susan's sister, was notified of Mark's confession and the plea deal, and she was enraged. She said it was cold-blooded redrum to any reporter who would talk to her. But even Shelby told reporters that her sister had been obsessed with Mark Putnam. On the day Shelby went to court to watch Mark's plea, she was caught with a pew-pew in her purse. Many people thought it was for more publicity, although local cops thought it wasn't all that unusual for a woman in that area to carry a pew-pew in her purse. When she went to court for her own charge of carrying a concealed weapon, she diplomatically said she didn't believe Mark meant to unalive Susan. She did think he just panicked. She swore she had no intention of pew-pewing Mark Putnam that day in court and apologized for causing any trouble. And then the charge against her was dropped, practically on the steps of the courthouse. She took back the apology and told the press she didn't mean a word of it, but her publicity stunt worked. Prosecutors had been happy with the plea deal, and now they were crucified in the press. In May of 1991, Shelby and other family members filed a wrongful death suit against Mark Putnam and got a court order to exhume Susan's body for a second autopsy. Though the second autopsy found nothing new, they won a $500,000 judgment against Mark Putnam. And their assets. Mark Putnam, though he had no assets and they were never able to collect the money, Mark was sent to a federal prison in Rochester, Minnesota. Kathy sold their Florida condo and moved the kids to Minnesota to be closer to him. But after a year, she moved to Connecticut to be closer to her parents. For help, Kathy was the one now living on welfare. And she told Joe Sharkey that while she loved and stood by her husband, she still blamed herself and was haunted by Susan. She said she rarely slept more than 3 hours a night. Some nights I actually wake up with the phone in my hand thinking I'm talking to her. And Kathy, being Kathy, reached out to Susan's sister, Shelby. Despite everything Shelby had said about her husband in the press, they struck up a friendship similar to Kathy and Susan's. They talked on the phone all the time in February, all the time. On February 5th, 1998, 13-year-old Daniel Putnam found her mother dead in their Manchester home. The press said it was an apparent heart attack. The medical examiner's office ruled that she had died of a combination of pancreatitis and liver disease. Both conditions had been caused by heavy drinking. She was only 38 years old. As you can imagine, Mark was devastated by Kathy's death. He already felt as though he had destroyed his family, and Kathy's death was just the culmination. He told Joe Sharkey that Kathy suffered from crippling depression and coped by drinking. And even worse, his children had lived with her suffering and then lost her altogether. Mark was released in the year 2000, 2 years after Kathy's death. He had served about half of the 16-year sentence. He had been a model prisoner, spending his time working in the prison chapel, the shop, and the commissary. He reunited with his children, remarried, and now works as a personal trainer in Georgia. Ronald Poole passed away in the year 2000 at the age of 50. Despite his prideful transgressions, he kept his job with the FBI. Ultimately, his time as a narcotics agent outshone his time in Pikeville. Sadly, Brady Smith, Susan's son, died of an OD of methadone and Xannies. That happened to a whole lot of people about that same time in the 1990s, 2000s. We had a ton of people that died from that. Miranda is married with a child of her own and declines interviews. Kenneth is quiet too. These days, living not far from Miranda in Kentucky as my regular, I rarely believe in the heat of passion, snap defense. I do believe that even 30 seconds is enough of a cooling off period. And red rum is a choice. But for some reason, I believe Mark, or maybe it's that I believe Kathy. I don't believe it was the blind love for her husband that caused her unwavering support. They were truly partners, and she felt as responsible for Susan as he did. Kathy Putnam drank herself to death from the guilt of what her husband did to Susan and her traumatic experience in Kentucky. And Mark Putnam served his time, and he served it honorably. He lost his beloved wife. He lost the career he had dreamed of his whole life. And he lost himself. He lost who he thought he was in Pikeville. I think he deserves his new life, but that does not diminish the pain that people feel for Susan Smith. She was just a mountain girl trying to make her life better. She didn't have a lot of choices, and she did the best she could with what she had. She was born on welfare, and she never got off of it. She lived a hard life in squalor, poverty, and violence in the hollers around Pikeville. I don't think that poor girl ever had a chance, and I admire her gumption. It takes a lot of courage to get up in court and testify against a local criminal, exposing herself to her friends, family, neighbors, and enemies. And she never experienced real love. I think that is the saddest part of Susan's story. As Kathy Putnam said, she never woke up in the morning, opened her eyes, and felt that she meant something to someone. Was it so wrong for her to want him for herself? To me, Susan and Kathy are equally tragic figures in this sad tale. Mark Putnam deluded himself into believing that if he just did his job, he would make it out of Pikeville unscathed. But in the end, none of them did. None of them did. The mean hills of Kentucky swallowed them all whole. That's pretty major, ain't it? And that's it. That's all of it. Sheesh. That was a lot. Anybody? Let's see what we've got here. Yes. 8 hours, 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours. We'll go ahead and close this one out. Let me see what else I had there for you all. Make sure close it out. Oh, went to the wrong place. See what notes I had here. So I also wanted to look, we're not going to do this though. We're going to go ahead and end it now, but Kentucky crime and corruption updates. That's what we were doing now. And then hour 5 was the prison expansion and jailhouse scandals, the dementia arrest and other police failures. There's been an update on that one. So, but we'll do that tomorrow. And yeah, biggest takeaways, calls to action, closing remarks. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Mama Duck for coming on and kicking us off this morning. Thank you to all of our mods. Thank you to everybody who stayed in our in our marathon. I don't think we got very far with our subscribers, but that's okay. That's all right. No big deal. 8622. I think we got like 5. That's all right. That's all right. We'll be at 10,000 soon. All right, guys. Well, thank you. Yes, Mama Duck, if you want us to cover a case, please send us an email. hillbillycrime@gmail.com. I am the only one that reads my stuff. So you can send me a message on Messenger. You can send me an email. Nobody reads my stuff. It's me and me alone. So if you want to send me something, know that nobody else's eyes will get on it, okay? Just mine. And, if you guys got anything else you want to holler at me about, just let me know. LS says, wow, I remember when this happened in Pikeville. Yep. I don't remember it. It was too long before me. I was still in grade school, I think. Take my word for it. That is a first for me. I missed that. Sorry. Yeah, we've rocked it for our marathon. Thank you. Butterfly Kisses says Susan's sister was crooked too, it seems. Must run in their family. Well, I just can't believe some of that. I mean, can you all? Like, he knew better. He destroyed his life and his wife's life. I mean, they weren't even... It just kills me, man, that people can make those kinds of decisions. But we've done enough talking about it. All right, y'all. Well, y'all have a great rest of your night. I'm going to get me something to eat. And we will see you guys tomorrow night at 7, okay? Enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay blessed. Stay warm. Stay safe, and peace out, Girl Scout. All right. Thank you, guys. Bye.